What's the first thing women notice? Your face. That's why you got to take care of it. Simple things like getting a haircut, grooming your face, and brushing your teeth is important. But there's one thing guys miss and that women always notice. It's when a guy isn't taking care of his skin. That's why I'm so excited to have T Channeling as a sponsor of today's video. T Channeling simplifies the process of taking care of your skin. They provide you with all the products you need and nothing you don't. Seriously, I don't think some of you believe me when I tell you how much implementing a quality skincare routine will improve your confidence in all aspects of your life. I recommend you start with the level 1 system, which comes with all the basics: daily face wash, exfoliating scrub, an AM moisturizer with a SPF 20 and a PM moisturizer. But and to make it dead simple for you guys, they provide an instruction card in every box that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. But because T just sponsoring this video, they're offering you an amazing deal. Just click the first link in the description and get 40% off your first skincare system and free gift. Plus, as a member, you'll get 20% off for life. By the way, one of their new gift options is a silicone body scrubber, which is a $20 value and a complete game changer. Once you use this, you'll never go back to a regular loofah ever again. So don't wait any longer. Click the first link in the description to start your skincare journey today.
Maintaining your beard isn't just style, it's self-respect. A well-groomed beard boosts confidence and leaves a lasting impression. Elevate your look. Embrace the importance of beard care today.
What's going on, fam? How y'all doing? Let's go ahead and introduce the crew. We got Mr. Trev Smooth and White, Chanel, Clap Jones, DJ So Lovely, Brittany Gold, Darwin is taken, Dive, myself, Lapeef JR. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. What's going on, family? What's going on? How y'all doing?
Blessed and highly favored.
Chilling.
That part.
Oh, okay. I thought that was a reverb for real. It's good to see you guys. Let me just go ahead and shift a few things around. All right, now let me go ahead and get the housekeeping out the way. Shout out to the sponsor, T Channeling, uncomplicated skincare for men. 40% off along with a free gift. And if you click the link in the description and become a member, you get 20% off for life. Also, shout out to Assured Man. King on top, this is a Sugar Curls and Lapeef collab. This is for your beard. So if you're looking to maintain that and get it up to par, this is the way to go. Hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. So what's good, panel? How y'all doing on this lovely Thursday?
No complaints.
Let me make sure this is on. No complaints. All right. Well, since there's no complaints, Mistaken is quiet. Darwin is looking suspect as usual. I mean, not like that, Darwin. I mean, just
Pause.
Yeah. Look at that. She already got the pause again. Don't get Trev all revved up now. Pause. We're gonna be doing it all night. What's going on, Clout? I guess Clout is in and out. You there? All right, Cloud getting this set up together, man. Let me go ahead and get this video on up so we can go ahead and get it cracking, man. What's going on, M. White?
But I can't call it, like a broken phone. You feel me?
You sound kind of low, Mark. I don't know if you're talking to the mic.
Let me see. I said I can't call it like a broken phone. You feel me?
Okay, there you go. All right, give me 1 second. There we go. That's the one right there. There you go. All right, Trev. I hit you up on the back chat in a second. I think we might have to pull that in a second, but I'll let you know.
Bet.
Here we go, y'all. Hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. So I just came across this video. I thought it'd be interesting. It's an icebreaker. Talking about divorce. I think it's interesting. Something to consider. I don't promote divorce at all, but people that may have experienced it already and or if it may become a thing or possibly getting remarried, you might want to listen to this. So I'm going to go ahead and play this clip. Here we go.
And this is messages for all the divorced men. I need you to listen to me. And the reason why it's for divorced men is because we don't do our due diligence. Most women, when they get divorced, they really do their due diligence. Most of us just fall by the wayside. There's a reason why they tell you to keep your divorce decree forever, right? So let's go into the story. So my buddy, his father recently passed away. And while he was in hospice or while he was transitioning, his father gave him power of attorney. He was like, hey, son, you can just handle everything and handle my affairs. And he was a veteran as well. So the father went to the bank and he realized he had all the account numbers and access and stuff like that. His father gave it to him. And the life insurance policy, his father had a lot of life insurance policies, with work and things of that nature. So long story short, his father, had bank accounts that had a pretty substantial amount of money in it. So he went to go to the funeral home. The funeral home said, well, he paid for a plot and everything. We have that and everything, but we need his wife's signature for her to sign off this. And he was like, what do you mean? He said, they have a 2 plot. So we need to, her signature. He was like, my father has been divorced for over 30 years. And I don't really talk to my mother. We don't have a very good relationship. He said, well, in order for us to do this, we need her signature. All right. So he calls his mother. That triggered his mother to start scheming. So then his mother went to the bank where she knew where my buddy's father was. He was a very methodical man, and wiped out all the accounts that he had. Wiped them out, took all the money out, all of it, right? Then went and said, well, let me look at the house that he lived in. It was paid for, and was like, well, I want to sell it. He put it on the deed. Most of us men that we call providers and everything else, when we do get married, we want to make sure that the wife has access to it because we don't really think that this is going to end. We think, well, it's going to end with me in the ground, so let me make sure you put, on everything. But when you get a divorce, you forget that you got to go back around and circle back at all those other places and get it taken care of and get it removed. So his mother wiped out all of the accounts. And thank God that, VA pays for pretty much some things and whatever. And he had some money saved up to bury his father the right way. But all the life insurance policy, he had a couple of life insurance policies for him, the kids and everything, because he wanted to make sure his kids were taken care of in his death. She was like, I'm taking that. And I got to say, this made me look at my stuff, and I'm going to make it personal. I realized that my ex-wife was on a lot of stuff. I did not even know none of the stuff that I put her on. I forgot. You have to go to Social Security Administration, and you have to let them know that you're divorced. I didn't know I was supposed to do. I thought it just happened, it happened circumstance. I didn't even know. I just thought, once I get a divorce, it goes in some system and everybody gets it. No, it doesn't. You have to let the state you were married in know that you're divorced. Sometimes some they have it and some they don't. I had to call my 401k. She wiped out his entire 401k. She did this in a matter of weeks, right? And he couldn't, because he had a power of attorney, they gave him some information, but he never took his wife off of anything, his ex-wife off of anything. She wiped him clean, right? And now the son is trying to fight this. You imagine you have to fight your mother for stuff that's not right. And even the lawyer said, unfortunately, yeah, you got a divorce decree, but because of certain laws or whatever, I don't understand too much. You may, with the government, you may end up saying, hey, you know, she doesn't deserve this money. She gets survivor benefits. And, you know, you may can fight that. But the rest, the life insurance policy and everything else, you may can't do anything about it. You can try, you know, and with the house, because she was on the deed and the house is paid for, it's technically her house. And he has to fight his own mother for that. So men, what I'm saying, when you get a divorce decree, just don't let it sit somewhere. Hey, do your due diligence and go to these different places and get these things done. I didn't, like I said, with me, I didn't know. I had to check some stuff and I'm like, holy crap, I didn't know I was supposed to do this. And I'm taking off to get these things done because I don't want my son to have that level of hindrance. You have to understand something. You don't know people. Right. And it's not saying that your ex-wife or your whatever will do anything. I'm not saying that, but you don't know what level someone will be in when they see a certain substantial amount of money. And your kids have to get these things done for you in your timely demise and when you're transitioning. So make it a little bit more smoother for them. And a lot, like I said, men, we do this. I'm a victim of this. I thought the same thing. And this even happened to my sister, you know, my actual sister, you know, where you have to get these things done. And it's such a headache for our kids to get these things done. And we think that these things happen automatically. Even at my job, I didn't know. I was like, oh, wait a minute. I thought I did this. And they said, no, you didn't. I said, well, I thought that if I called the person and sent them an email, we think things are simple and it's not. So do your due diligence. Even if some of you are getting prepared to get remarried to someone, you may want to get remarried. Something may happen to you. You are hindering them from doing what they need to do for you in your transition. You know, whether you get another wife, whether you get, you know, whatever you decide to do, but you're hindering them from doing that. And you're giving a lot of power back to your past, and you shouldn't do that. So I'm asking a lot of men, right? Because we do this, because I talked to my buddy. He said he didn't even think about it. And he looked at some accounts and he realized his ex-wife is off there and he's been divorced for over 10 years from her. And he was like, oh man, I didn't know I put on there. A lot of us do things and we forget. All right. So I want you to take this information and do something with it and do your due diligence and make sure that you know, cross your T's and dot your I's, because you don't want this to happen to you. All right. You don't want this to happen to you. And like I said, even me, I had to look and I'm like, oh, when I was shocked when I seen this, I was like, oh man, it's like 10, 15 different things that my ex-wife is still on that I never thought about, you know? And yes, it's illegal. Yes, it is. But look, man, a person, they don't care. You know, people will cross that bridge when they come to it, you know, type of thing, you know? So please, man, do your due diligence. Go out there, get their stuff done. And trust me when I tell you, you will probably be surprised. All right. You'll be surprised at how much stuff you forgot. And I know, like I said, I know. A lot of times it's a headache and we don't think that it's worth it. Trust me. My buddy's going through it. He's going through it. All the things that his father prepared for is gone. And his mother is remarried to another man. So you have to understand that money is going to another man and not you. And that generational wealth that you wanted to keep for your children as you go and transition is going to another family, if you want to look at it that way. right? Whatever way you need to look at it to motivate you to get up and go get this stuff done, please check this stuff out. Even me, I got to take off and get some stuff done. Take care.
Well, interesting. You probably saw that already, mistaken. I know it was in the group. I don't know if you looked at it or not, but interesting, interesting. I seen you say wicked, Cloud Jones. I'm gonna go ahead and start with you, man.
Yeah, man. That's it's just wicked. It's just what it is. Like the fact that someone could do that with no conscience, like they know that they're divorced from the person, but they're still willing to just go there and essentially steal from the children. And I can imagine what the woman was saying, because I've heard women say stuff like this before, like, oh, well, it's owed to me because of X, Y, and Z and all the emotional, whatever trauma she might have gone through in the relationship. But even still, it's still stealing. And I think this is a perfect example of why so many men in today's generation are terrified of being married, because even in divorce, their ex-wives can still destroy their lives and still fuck them over just for taking a chance on love one time in his past. He's now lost a future for his children, for generations to come. And I mean, I don't think people really think about it that deep, but that's essentially what happened. His entire life was robbed. Everything that he worked for to pass on to his son was robbed from his son, and his son now doesn't have an opportunity to be broken away from generational curses and build generational wealth. He now has to start completely from scratch. Also, that the mother can, who knows, God knows what she's going to do with the money. Is she going to be, starting homeless foundations and stuff like that? Not likely. Realistically, we know what happened, what them divorcees do. She going to get her a nice car. She going to get her a nice bag. She going to get her some nice jewelry and flex and walk around like she's, boss bitch. But we all know where she got it from, which is basically stealing from her own children, which is disgusting in my opinion. But again, unfortunately, this is what has so many men terrified. And until these loopholes and gaps in the system are remedied, I think it's going to further lead to the deterioration of marriage in society. And I'll land there.
Yeah, she definitely. Trev, was you speaking? We can't hear you. You on mute, bro. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, she definitely finessed her kids. That's crazy. I can't think of a decent woman doing some shit like that. My question is, I would like to see what his mom is like. Because I feel like the type of woman that'll do something like this is also gonna put a whole lot of other signs out there that he probably shouldn't have married her ass. But yeah, it's good advice. When you get divorced, yeah, go through all your what's it, dot your T's and cross your I's and make sure you remove everybody, because you do just add people to stuff and forget. It's real simple to do. And you don't even remember some of that stuff. You might have a 401k from one job. You don't work there no more. You didn't roll it over fully. She's still on there. The old life insurance policy, she's still on there. You got 2, 3 life. Like I got plenty of things in all these different places that I don't actively monitor. If I was in that situation, I had to go find a lot of that shit. So yeah, I completely understand. But I really would love to see who this woman is. Cause I'm willing to damn near bet that you could pick this vibe up off of her that she'll do some shit like this, and he shouldn't have married her ass in the first place. Which go back to, you need to vet who you be laying down with and creating kids with. Cause a woman that'll rob her baby's a different type of woman.
Yeah, that's
I'll land
nasty.
right there.
Dar, what's your thoughts on this?
Um, I feel like I agree with him. I wonder what type of woman to do this. And then think about it. They're not just young people. He said this is his father, his homie's father, and her mother, and his mother. And then it's like he said his mother. So for you not to cut your son a check is crazy. But I've been through similar, not me personally, but my brothers have been through similar things when their mothers would get back child support and they like, okay, let me get like 1,000 to help me on my feet, and they wouldn't get it. And it's usually women who's not really too much on their feet. You know what I'm saying? Like it has to be something else to it. And I really want to know. And then she married to another man too. So you really could have cut your son a check. You know what I'm saying? The least you could have did was bury him. That's his money. He don't have a house. He don't have life insurance. I don't understand it. I know some women might say something like, "Oh well, I was married to him," and so forth, so forth. But I'm pretty sure when you got divorced, the things that the lawyers handle, like when you split the bank accounts and stuff like that, you got paid. You know what I'm saying? So it's like the least you still, even if you would have just took, okay, say if it was like what, 50, 60,000 altogether, or even more than that, you know what I'm saying? You could have took your little 10, get a 50 to him, let him do what he want to do. She didn't even do that. You know what I'm saying? And she's not even entitled to the 10 really, because she has a new man. She's starting a new life. She's having someone else take care of her. So yeah, I didn't understand what was the point of it. And it is disappointing. And I don't feel like that's fair. And I do think it's important to protect your assets, understand the law, understand what you need to go through, read your contracts. Don't just sign the paper because, oh, these are, no, read through them, understand what needs to be done, because then you'll end up in situations like this. And a lot of times it's like, I feel like we as women can empathize, but if this would have been a woman, they would be like, well, she should have known better. And like he said, you do have to vet your women better as well, and then handle your stuff.
DJ
I
so
want,
lovely.
yeah, I want to say something. I actually went through this, but it's not a man and woman thing. I don't know why we make everything about men versus women. This is a bad human thing. My mom recently transitioned about 3 years ago, and she was married. And I'll never forget the day she had gotten cancer. But years before she had gotten cancer, she had got a divorce, and I urged her. I never forget the phone call. I said, "Mom, please take care of your business, because we don't know what the future holds, and when it's all said and done and I have to take care of everything, I don't want people coming out the woodworks and fighting with people when I'm already grieving with you about handling your affairs." So she went and she made sure that she handled her business from A to Z. They got married in Jamaica. She went to Jamaica. She got the lawyer on that side and made sure everything was done. So just make sure that you are being thorough in all of your business, even down to the probate. Don't have your kids go through court. Put your shit in a trust, and then um leave the trust in their name. Like, figure out all your odds and ends, guys. Everything is not men are not all evil, women are not all evil. They're just evil people out here, and sometimes you cannot vet. You don't know what people are going to do. People act crazy when people die. I mean, they come to your house and ransack and take whatever is not nailed down to the damn floor. Okay? People get really, really evil when they think that that person is gone and there's no checks and balances. It really, really is sad, and you're already going through so much when you're grieving. The last thing that you want the people that love you the most, that are just trying to tie up your affairs, is to go ahead and fight with people that haven't been around for years, that wasn't taking care of you when you got sick, that didn't give a damn that you were sick in the first place, that weren't around when you passed away, didn't even come to your funeral, but here they come, popping out the woodworks. And don't you know her ex-husband showing up, tried to call, like, "Oh, do you have that divorce paper?" "I sure do." Because he tried to test my gangster. They will see what you have and what you don't have to try to figure out what they can get. So that's great advice, and it goes for anybody. Make sure all your ducks is in a row. If something suddenly changes, check your beneficiary paperwork at work. A lot of people don't remember to change their beneficiaries. You know, dot your I's and cross your T's.
Couldn't hear you, Trav.
Okay.
But
Nigo, what you got on this?
no,
Can you hear me?
I don't know who said, but I'll go.
Yeah, you can go ahead. Go ahead, Miss Sagan.
I was pretty much following up what DJ So Lovely said, that I don't think it's a man woman thing in terms of that. I do think it's a bad character thing, that could go both ways. But this is one of the reasons why I I say, in terms of a partnership in a marriage, I know people hate that, but part of that partnership is knowing the business in and out, both parties knowing what's going on. And a lot of times when you just divert all of the responsibilities of certain things related to your marriage to one person, and the other person doesn't know. When you get divorced, it leaves one person hanging, right? Because you have no idea what was going on because you wasn't a part of the process. So I don't even think that sometimes it's about being intentional. Some people are intentional with doing stuff, but I just think you get caught up in being comfortable with not knowing, right? And so then it leaves you or the other person at a disadvantage if y'all happen to get divorced, because you really don't know what insurances there are, who was the beneficiary, where to even start in terms of looking, for things, where those things are. And that's why it's important. I know, just personally, saying in terms of what that woman did, I know a guy, a friend who was divorced, and a husband is coming for the home that she actually put the down payment on. They were married and stayed in that house for like maybe 2 or 3 years. They divorced, and she's been in that house for almost 20 years now without him being there. And he's coming for the house because his name was never taken off the deed, and he's entitled to half. And so when I'm saying it's not a man woman, it is a human thing. When money comes into play and you think you have the opportunity to get a bunch of money, is no telling what people would do. But to protect yourself, is the first step, is to know everything that's going on as it relates to, your money and things like that, and putting things in your, kid's name, stuff like that. But I'm done.
Brittany Gold.
All right. I will echo what Miss Taken said. It definitely is a character issue. Because when you think about it, and I've been married, I was married for 12 years, together for 14, I'm divorced. But some people even consider laws before they get divorced, right? I know in some states, I think when you've been married for like 10 years, I think Illinois is one of those states, your spouse automatically will have access to your pension or something of that nature. I might be butchering it, once you're divorced. So definitely you want to take care of your business, but also know who you're marrying. And I know people switch it up, you know what I mean? Obviously. But this is definitely a character issue, because I know women who will literally hold on until they hit that 10-year mark so that they can benefit. I know men like that as well. So yeah, I'm pretty much echoing what Miss Taken said.
Ruth, what you got?
I mean, I agree with everyone on the panel. However, when you think about it, I wonder if the laws were in the favor of the men, how many men would take advantage of it? Now, I personally know some men that would, but the majority would not. The majority would not be taking advantage of the situation if the law was in their favor. So that's why I can see where the men are coming from, whereas the women are, we want to say the women are doing something in mass, but then we're saying it's not a woman man thing. I agree with that part, but in mass we are doing the wrong thing when it comes to divorce for the women. So I wonder what that is. Do we have character issues nowadays, or what's going on? Because as soon as we see money, we're grabbing it, we're running, we're going for it, and we're not considering the other person. And that's where I'm having an issue, because um, like I said, men, there's some men that are they would definitely take advantage of a woman. I know them, but I'm telling you, men are not. They're the ones that saying they don't want. They're not going to go for alimony. They're not going to go for this. They're not going to go for that. But if it's the shoes on the other foot, the woman's going 9 times out of 10 to get everything that she can.
Chanel.
You on me, Chanel? If you got to go back, if it does, yeah, you could just go out and come right back in. I'm gonna jump to Darwin. I'm gonna come back to you. Darwin, go ahead.
I mean, this is something new to me. I thought if you get married, you get a marriage license, it's with the state. You get a divorce decree, it's with the state. I don't understand that part. Maybe somebody can break that down, but I thought maybe when you file something with the state and it's in the system, the fact that you got to let them know after filing for divorce and going to court is beyond me. I mean, yeah, it's messed up, but this is why we need people who have the knowledge and understanding around these areas or in these situations to be able to put videos out consistently like the gentleman did. So big ups to whoever that was that in the video who uh, brought this to light. But yeah, man, that's my only concern is like how does the state work? You know, how do they work with divorce? I know how they work with marriage, but I don't know how they work with divorce as far as being notified or filing it in the records. Because from my understanding, it's a part of public records. So I think you can look up, unless their records are sealed or whatever, I think you can look up somebody's information or look up whether somebody's been divorced or some shit like that, or even married. So if anybody knows the answer to that, I'm interested in here.
So I want to pose a question. Cloud Jones, I'd like you to start, if you would. Pretty much, Ruth made an interesting point. She said that it's more than likely going to be women who behave like this. If Shannon Rawls were here tonight, he would absolutely quote, I think it's quote Coach Greg Adams, and he would say, "Men are in love, women are in business." Do you think that women have a higher propensity to behave like this versus men? Do you think that the outcome would be similar if men in general had this opportunity?
Um, I yes, I believe women are more likely to do this, and no, I don't believe the outcomes would be similar if men had the same opportunity. I just think that the way men and women have been conditioned, I think men have conditioned to be self-sacrificial when it comes to dealing with women, when it comes to dealing with a woman's feelings, when it comes to dealing with money, when it comes to dealing with most situations. Even if you think of the idea of chivalry, it's like you're supposed to take off your brand new coat and put it in a puddle just so that she won't get her feet dirty, you know? So when you look at that concept and how that's beat into young boys' minds, you got those little nursery rhymes like girls are made of sugar and spice and everything nice, and boys are made of snout snails and puppy dogs' tails. You know, when you have that imprinted on the mind state from a young age, it creates an environment where women kind of do feel entitled to whatever it is that they want, whatever it is that their emotions feel. I mean, even when you hear a lot of women today talk about dating, you know, even to men they're not married to, they have this expectation often, not all obviously, but many women have an expectation that or an entitlement to that man's finances. You know, if we're going out, he's supposed to pay. He's supposed to pay for my bills. If I have kids, he's supposed to pay a babysitter. And there just seems to be this idea bred into women or conditioned into women that they feel like whatever we have is supposed to belong to them, you know, if we like them. You know, if we care about them and all, it's supposed to belong to them. But if they care about us, there's not really anything that they're supposed to be giving us, nor are we conditioned to consider that there's supposed to be something that we're getting from them. So when we're put in these situations where we can take advantage, especially financially, a lot of times men will just be like, "Nah, I'll pay for it. I'll cover it. You know, or I'm good. I don't need her money. You know, I'm a real man. I don't need nothing from a woman." You know what I mean? That's like the attitude that's bred into us. So yeah, we usually decline to take advantage in certain circumstances, and women will often get whatever they can get, in my experience.
Ruth, I see your hand raised. Go ahead.
Can I clarify something? I do believe there's a lot of good women. However, I think that they're the ones that stay married. They're the ones that's not going for the divorce. The ones that wouldn't take the money, the one that wouldn't take advantage of the situation, they just stay in the marriage and do what they got to do. That's what I think.
Okay. Mistaken, what say you? Because I think you're going to emphatically disagree with Mr. Cloud Jones based on what you said previously.
why, why are you assuming? You're
I could be
right.
wrong.
Now, I think men don't take advantage partly because of what the guy explained. They're not knowledgeable, right? They don't necessarily want to. eh, They don't want to take the time and effort that it would take to actually learn about all of that. And I just find that across the board, not just with situations like this, but sometimes with men in general, they want the least way out of doing things. So if it's going to cause a hassle, I'm going to have to put in extra work to figure this out and do all of these. They'll rather just say, all right, just F it. Let's just get the divorce. It's done. It's over with. Boom, boom. I'm ready to move on. So I do think if they took the time, if time wasn't an issue of doing the research to learn all of these things, I do think that they would take advantage because the men that do, they receive. So that's the only difference that I would say in between that is are you going to be willing to put in a work? Women are going to be willing to put in that work. I don't think a lot of men do though.
So Mr.
So can I just reply to that, please?
Hold on.
My bad,
Cloud, I wanted Marcus to respond, but I'm gonna let you go real quick first, and then I'm gonna let Marcus respond because I saw he made some strange faces before. But I'll let you go ahead real quick because she was replying directly to you.
Yeah, I just wanted to argue against that and say essentially, like, one could argue that the reason why women are more knowledgeable about things is because they're more predatory. So you could say that maybe men are not willing to put the effort in, but really what it is that men aren't looking for ways to take advantage and they're not looking for loopholes. So someone who's looking for a way to take advantage or wiggle their way out of a contract is going to scrutinize that contract from top to bottom to find any type of loophole they can. So I think that you saying that actually proves or actually furthers the idea that women are more predatory in nature.
Marcus, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
We're gonna come back around to you, Miss Naked.
Go ahead, let Marcus go.
And I'm going to Coco. Coco, you up right after Marcus.
That's kind of the thought I was having. Like it was framed like women are putting in the work to take advantage of somebody. That's kind of crazy. That's not putting in the work. That's just predatory, like Klaus said. Like if a man was doing that, that'd be predatory. That's not nothing to like say you working hard at it. You working hard and defrauding somebody and finessing somebody you supposed to have love. That's crazy to me. I just can't ever get behind that in any, yeah. But yeah, Cloud pretty much touched on all of it.
Can I just clarify?
Yeah. All right, go ahead. You can clarify what you were saying. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is when you are married, there's a level, everybody, especially I think like I forgot who was saying like after 10 years, that is typically the mark in which I think you automatically get 50-50 if there wasn't things in place prior to you getting married. What I've seen just firsthand myself in like my parents getting divorced and friends that I know that have gotten divorced, a lot of times what happens is two things that I see. Either a man don't fight it because he feels guilty because of what he's done in the divorce that has led them to the divorce. So the fight isn't there. It's just like, all right, it's on me or whatever. And they just suck it up. The other thing is when it's 50-50, that's where I've seen more men fight. Like, I've done X, Y, and Z and start naming all of this stuff that they feel that is theirs because they did this work and felt like the woman didn't necessarily put in as much work, so they shouldn't be entitled. So that's the part that I've seen. So when I'm saying when a woman is looking through stuff to see what she's entitled to, I'm speaking from an experience and seeing my parents divorce, who were married 20 something years. And my dad was like, she shouldn't be entitled to half of all of this. And they pretty much I would say she contributed a little more when it comes to the kids and stuff like that. But in terms of financially, they were neck and neck. So she should have been entitled to half, but he was fighting for her to get half. But my mom did her due diligence to make sure that she got everything that she was supposed to get. I'm not talking about taking advantage of other people, like in that scenario.
Coco Chanel, imagine you heard most of it, but even if you want to just give your initial thoughts because you weren't afforded the opportunity, go ahead.
Well, everybody landed on everything, and that's what I was trying to say before. You guys couldn't hear me. I agree with everybody, but also we have to. Recently, my first cousin, um, my aunt passed away, which is her mom, and her brother was, I guess, I don't know. For some reason, my aunt thought that she'll give everything to the oldest child, and he figured things out since he's older. Well, he ain't giving her nothing, and they ain't talked for a year and a half ever since she passed away. And he done started a business and everything, like ain't gave her nothing. So you have to be mindful of who if you do a will. That's what I would say. I used to work at Bank of America USAA. I ironclad. You get married, get an ironclad prenup. I don't care if it's just something as simple as if I got $10 in my account, I'm taking $10 in my account when I leave. Just have something in writing, and be very specific, because when watching this happen with my family, we don't have problems or issues like that, and it's just kind of shocking to see it happening, because it's like, I mean, we all grew up together and never thought that would happen, but when somebody get a bag, it's just, you just see a different person. So it's not, I don't want to just only focus on marriage, because when you sign over to your family, now you got, same with my mom, my sister. I have a twin sister and an older brother. For some reason, my mom feels like I'm old, I'm the more mature one to, handle things if, she's to pass away. But, who knows? My sister, you just don't know how life goes. But when you hand it over and just say, I want to make sure my son, and you got multiple kids, just be very specific on everything from the beginning all the way to the end, and that's going to help everything regardless. Otherwise, if you don't have nothing in writing, it's going to be a default, whoever the last person that was married to. And that's how this happened. I've seen that happen. One of my girlfriend's mother, I don't say she wasn't intentional, but she just got a call one day after being divorced for 7 years and her husband passed away, and she had a life insurance policy and everything. They had a divorce and everything, but he never took her off the life insurance policy. But apparently he never wanted to. That was something because they had kids together. Like, that was something that he wanted to give her. But, just be very specific when you're separating someone in a divorce. It just made me think about my divorce, because my ex-husband, when I was going through my divorce, his lawyer had so much paperwork, and I'm going through it, and I'm like, his lawyer had, in 40 years from now, when he has a 401k, please sign off that you don't want it. Like, it was so much that his lawyer was trying to make sure if I, don't even exist, don't pop up with nothing, because you ain't getting it. So it's pretty that simple. Sometimes people jump up and get married and they don't think about who they're marrying, what that means. So I'll just end on that part.
Got it. So DJ So Lovely, I'm not sure if you were able to hear like what was happening just now, but people, I know you mentioned that it was a people thing, but there's a few on the panel who believe it's more of a woman thing. What's your thoughts on that?
I'm gonna let them have that misogynistic point of view, but as it stands, me personally, I know from personal experience, it's a character thing. But what I think is more important, the footnote I want to make is make sure you have a will, because the will is not just about assets and money. The will is also telling people who you want to make important decisions, like medical decisions. Do we pull the plug? Do we put them on life support or no? You don't want somebody making those type of decisions when they're in it, when your death is more profitable for them than your life. So just make sure that you include that in your will. It's just as important as your assets.
Hey DJ, does a character thing negate that it's associated with one male or female? That's the fact, or your opinion on it being solely a character thing. How does that negate that it's associated with a female having that type of character versus a man having that type of character the most?
I have not witnessed that being a characteristic that is attributed to a particular sex. It's a particular type of person.
So you don't
And
buy into it because you haven't witnessed it.
no, I don't buy into it because typically, um, if you even look at the earnings, let's all right, let's unpack it. If you look at the earnings right now of a man and a woman, women are making good money. And a lot of women are lined up. They have a good retirement plans, they have pensions, they have long-standing careers, and they tend to outlive men. So women are usually prepared for their retirement, and they usually have family that cares for them and is willing and prepared to take care of them because they've invested and sown into those people throughout their lifetime. So no, typically I do not think it's a gender thing. I don't think women are just clamoring for somebody to die so that they can take their money. That's a character thing. And a lot of the times the people that I have seen, even though it's an anecdotal thing, what I've seen is the women being taken advantage of. I watched my best friend go through a divorce, and she had to buy out a man, her husband, out of the home, and he didn't contribute most of the money to that household. She was the breadwinner in that situation. He cheated, and that's the reason why they ended up getting a divorce. And she had to buy him out house. So I can name you example after example after example. And if you're going to say such an egregious thing about a whole sex, about a whole gender, please have data to support that.
So let me
Okay,
ask
let
you
me
this:
say.
the
Women
information you
initiate 80% of
What's the data
divorces.
Can
on
I
So
the
say something
Hold on, hold
really
on, hold
quick?
on. Too
retirement?
many. One mic. Hold
Can
on.
I say something?
I'm gonna.
that's the data.
I'm gonna. All right, Di, you haven't gotten a chance to speak for a second, so yeah, I'll let you go ahead first, and then Darwin, we're gonna come to you, and then we'll go to Ruth. I'll let everybody get their joint off, and then clap.
Yes. Yes, I do agree it's a character thing as well. But I do want to say that I feel like even Marcus was kind of like bewildered by like I want to meet this type of woman. You know what I'm saying? I want to see what type of woman this is and so forth. So I do want to say that I don't when I say mostly women doing it, I'm not saying all women doing it. I'm not saying it's a lot of women doing it by saying mostly women typically do that thing. But I do feel like when it comes down to it, and do you when you see those situations, a lot of women they do that, but it's not so often that where you could just say it's just the all women thing. A lot of us was well, not a lot of us, but even Marcus was just like, who is she? And I was confused too because I feel like I hold women to higher standards. A lot of women that I know they hold themselves to higher standards. So I can definitely understand what DJ So Lovely is saying based on what her personal experience, not what society sometimes try to only show us in the media because they're purposely trying to cause conflict. But if I go, and that's why I had to, re-say what I said, because when I had to think about my personal experience and what I see, it is like it's not so often that I see it, but when I do hear it, it is coming from a woman. She just like, yeah, I got to make sure I got to get that insurance policy, and it's not. And 9 times out of 10, it's not my friend, but I'm in a vicinity where I'm hearing them talking about it. And when I'm in a vicinity of hearing people talking about it, it is mostly women. Like I got to make sure I got to secure that bag, and it could stand for multiple reasons. But with us making as much money as we do today, I don't think we should be as entitled as we was back then, because back then we wasn't able to make money. So a lot of women, like he said, just feels completely entitled even after they've been divorced for like 30 years. It's almost like an ego thing for certain women, but like she said, it's a character thing as well, because those women also have a certain character about themselves that men also could have. And that's why other women have given examples like, yeah, I've seen men do this, especially within the family, like she said. But for from my experience, I do want to say I mostly hear women trying to secure that spot, but it's not often to where you can put this on a specific gender. It's a character thing.
That was a contradiction. You say you hear it most often women, but you can't put it
I
all
don't
on.
hear it often, but when I do hear it, it's coming from women. That's why I say it's not a most women thing, because I hear a lot of women. I hang around a lot of women. I'm working with Black women in solidarity, and that's just what I contribute my life to. So that's why I say I don't hear a lot of women talking about it, but when I do hear someone talking about it as women. So that's why I had to clear up my statement, because I didn't want to make it seem like, oh, it's just only women. No, that's not the case. I'm not saying it's just, a characteristic for us.
So also all genders, human. This thing about it's a human thing. Why do we have to take away that level of tier of gender to try to dodge the who's mostly doing it, at like as if you can just state the word character as if it just negates the whole fact that there's genders involved, or this one is more like highly likely to do it more than often. Like character is just powerful word that just takes away who we can point the finger out at.
I think
And
I said what you
I
just said,
understand it
though.
might be I
Yeah.
understand it might be a method of trying to remove the gender war out of the conversation. Some people may feel triggered because of that, but then you also kind of want to allow room to shame certain behavior. So the only way you can do that is actually point the finger at who's causing the problem. And stating that is a character thing still doesn't take away the fact that we can point the finger at exactly who's most likely to cause this issue.
Right. I wanted to add also that I don't think I agree that it's a character thing, but I don't think it's fair to characterize pointing out what's happening as like misogynistic just because it may be skewing to one direction or the other. I mean, if we look at just the statistics on divorce and who's more likely to divorce or file for divorce, and then we look at the statistics of death, we understand that men are more likely to die before their spouse. So just based off of circumstances alone, it would be obvious to anybody looking at the data that women would be more likely to be seeking those type of advantages because they're more likely to even be in the position to get the advantages. So I just think that to ignore that and throw it under the title of misogyny, it's like, well, how, like Darwin said, how can we accurately assess the problem if it is a problem that's happening more from one gender? How can we accurately assess it if calling it out is always going to be combated with misogyny or some form of hatred or some type of bigotry? And it's like, well, the statistics are the statistics. You know, the numbers are the numbers. It's like if we were having this conversation about violent crime, for example, you know, it's obvious that men are more likely to commit violent crime than women, simply just off the fact that men are probably physically more capable of committing violent crime, right? But to point that out wouldn't be misandrist. That would just simply pointing out, you know, the facts. So I just think that it's great if we can like put our feelings of whatever gender we are aside to be able to talk about the conversation honestly and genuinely, rather than like trying to skew whatever details might make our particular gender look bad.
Oh, Claire, I wish
Ruth,
I had
Ruth,
this
hold
clap
hold on a
yesterday.
second.
I wish
Yeah,
I
hold
had
on a
this clap
second.
yesterday. Oh no, I
Uh,
wasn't gonna say
Um,
nothing. I wasn't gonna say
oh,
nothing.
okay. Ruth, I want you to go ahead. Now you've been waiting a minute.
Thank you. I didn't. What I said, I didn't say it lightly. I'm a person that, I didn't get anything from a divorce. Okay, so I know what it's like. I know what it feels like for a man to screw you over. But when you, as a woman, I was like that too. Oh my gosh, I would never. My people would never. I don't know anybody that acted like that. But when you go and you hear from the population how women are talking, how women are thinking, how women are acting, and this is normal, that we want to go after a man's money. We want to go after it so bad. Before, like when on the first date, we're requiring 5-star restaurants. Men are not looking at our money. They're not trying to take our money. If a man try to scam you out of money, like that's like lowest 20%. That's on you because you picked some guy that really looking for your money, right? So that's how much men don't care about our money. They're not trying to get us to pay for every single date. So that carries all the way into the marriage. So for me, it's like I don't want to say it, but when we gonna grow up and say, hey, we did something wrong. We're doing something wrong. It's okay to say women do something wrong. Like I'm not 12. You can call me a name. You could say that I'm this or I'm that or I'm a whatever misogynistic point of view, but it's really not. Just because something is true or something is making us look bad, it doesn't mean that we're all bad. It just means that we have a problem and we need to call it out. But I feel like the women are deflecting, saying that, well, it's a human being thing. No, when a man does something to us, we don't say it's a human being thing. So when a woman doing something wrong, let's just call it what it is. You after his money, and I get it. We scrambling. We trying to take care of our kids. We're gonna do what's best for us. We're gonna do what's in our best interest for our children. But in this scenario, when you're divorced, and we take it back to the original topic, these people are divorced. You said you didn't want him. So now you want to go back in his bank account and take money out. That's wrong. Right is right, is wrong is wrong. And then you're taking stuff away from your kids. The reason why I didn't get stuff out of my divorce is because I knew my kids would benefit from the thing I left. So yeah, it burns. And I know what I'm entitled to, but I'm going to let it go because my kids benefit from that.
Brittany Gold, do you hold your position on this?
I do. I still think it is a character issue. I don't think that it's women doing wrong or men doing wrong. It really boils down to the person, the individual, the character. I mean, I can go on and on about men that I know who have literally taken pensions, percentages of pensions and property and all of the other assets that were part of a marriage, but were the ones cheating, but their character is just effed up. And I can think of women that did the same thing. It really boils down to character. And I also think, not to go too far left from what Ruth just mentioned, I don't know if it's like every circumstance matters, right? Because in some circumstances, it's about doing what's best for you and your children. But like with the scenario, it wasn't in the best interest of, the offspring. So that was just a messed up situation. But in general terms, I do think it's circumstantial. But at the end of the day, I think foundationally it's about character, because if you're considering the best interest of whoever is involved, meaning like your children, then if you have, good character, then you're going to do what's right for your child. But if you're just spiteful, if you're selfish, if you're in it for you and you're not thinking about other people, then yeah, it's a character issue. I don't think women are just out there or men are just out there trying to, I don't think it's.
Let me ask you a question, Brittany Gold.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say we pulled up some numbers. Gotcha. And the numbers show that 95% of the people who do this are women and 5% is men. Wouldn't
is that actual data or is that a hypothetical situation?
I'm just asking a hypothetical question. If let's say the numbers say 95% of the women actually behave this way, and 5% of men do this, or according to the data, wouldn't it still be a character issue?
It depends. I mean, yeah, the statistics show that women are more likely to file for divorce, right? Women are more likely. I'm
talking about the
pension and the money and all of that other good stuff.
I'm not talking about the divorce. I'm talking about the actual issue at hand.
Okay.
Of defrauding a man for his inheritance.
I mean,
wouldn't it still be a character? Wouldn't it still be a character issue regardless of gender?
But I think it's a character issue. Narrative. That's a completely different narrative, what you just presented. If data showed that 95% or whatever of women were actually getting divorced and taking what belongs to their child, then yeah, that changes the narrative, but that's not.
I looked it up.
No, what
I looked it up. It says there's a good body of research on the subject that shows, and this is coming from the epwealth.com, EP Wealth Advisors. There's a good body of research on the subject that shows that women bear the heaviest financial burden when a couple divorces.
I just looked it up too, and it said 98% of the amount of people that receive alimony is women. 98% of the people that receive alimony are women.
That makes sense though. The reason, because this was a point that I was going to make to kind of speak to what Clout was saying about statistically women outlive men and that kind of stuff. But on the other flip side, I think what happens is what we look for is different for women versus what we look for with men. Women typically are going to try to get as much as they can, right? Men are typically going to try to withhold as much as they can, because what also happens is divorce is like, if you're talking statistically, a lot of times people, those who are hiding money during a divorce is typically the higher earning spouse, right? So if we look at statistics, typically the higher earner spouse is the husband. Especially if he's making significantly more. A lot of times you would look at the fact that the wife may be an at-home mom, right? So he's typically controlling all of the finances. So typically those who are controlling most of the finances are likely to hide assets as well. Those who own a business, because I had looked this up before, it was saying those who own a business, those who are the higher earning spouse, those who the spouse that has control over finances, if you have any joint investments, all of those things. And a lot of those things are typically ran or managed by the man. So if we want to look at it that way, when we say it's a character thing, it is a character thing, because hiding money is just the opposite of trying to get money. So both are doing the same behavior about trying to maintain as much money as they can from the divorce. So it's the same.
I agree with the ladies on it. I'm just trying to expose that two things can be true at once.
But I
You
agree
can
with
have
you.
bad character and you can be a woman at the same time.
And that goes back to what I said. It's circumstantial, right?
No, it actually is not.
It's based on
be a
your
woman
character
of
or the
bad character.
circumstances.
You can be a man of bad character.
You can,
When
right? Exactly.
when you
not
have
just
bad
about
character traits, it doesn't negate your gender. You can still attach the gender to the negative character. Two things can be true at one time.
Hold on a second. Coco was trying to say something a little while ago. She got cut, bro. So we'll let her go, and then you can go right after that.
Well, I wanted to say that it definitely I wouldn't say I would say it's a character issue, because I went through I mean, when I told my husband I wanted a divorce, the first thing he did was went and took all the money out of the joint account, logged onto my computer, transferred all my money from my single account into our joint account, took everything. I never saw that coming. He never cared about money. I was making more money than him. You know, his check went to the bank account. I paid all the bills. I could have never paid the bills if I was but I took care of everything. But I would have never thought that he would have went, like, that's the first thing went to his head. Like, when he got angry and he realized that I was leaving him, the first thing he did was took all the money. Like, he was trying to disable me. And then he tried to get alimony. Like, he was just trying to, he was angry. And it was just like, damn, I ain't do nothing but support that man. So I think his character, because I would have never saw that coming. He's never asked me for $1 the whole time I was with him, but he deliberately did that. And it was because he knew I was going to be okay without him. And that's what he figured. I'm going to take the money.
Coco, in this scenario, would you say the majority of this would be the man or the woman? You would be the man or the woman in this scenario?
Majority of them are the women in the scenario. That you mean as far as what my husband did?
Like, you having the money, right? One spouse has the money. It's usually the man. And then the woman goes and scrambles and try to, finesse and get things. Usually that's how the story goes. Is that not true? It's just that you have more money. So that's my point. It's like, I know we have bad scenarios that happen to us, so we get it. But when you become a high earning spouse, that's what kind of happens. The other person's scrambling, trying to get the money. And that's probably what's happening here. So I'm not saying that women are inherently bad. I'm saying that they're in that position and they're going to do the same thing that they see your ex-husband did. That's what they're going to do. It's just that in mass, that's what they're doing to survive.
Just really
DJ
quick.
wanted to say something. Go ahead.
So when we look at people like Wendy Williams and Mary J. Blige, we've seen scenarios when women are the breadwinners, and when men can, they will. When they've been put in a position to be in a situation where they can take advantage of a woman who is a high earner, they have the propensity to do so. So I think that again, it's a character thing, and I want to see the data that supports the idea that estranged wives go after money more than estranged husbands do. You guys are talking about alimony. You're conflating two completely different things, because alimony typically, when people get married, a man is making more money in that situation. But as we know, as people age and time passes, a lot of the times women end up earning more as time progresses, and sometimes they end up making more money than the man. It really just depends. And also the data does tell us that married men typically make more money than their single counterparts. So we can approach this on so many angles. The reason why a married man will typically make more money than his single counterpart is because he has the support of a wife. Okay, and that makes all the difference in the world. He gets to go off and chase his career dreams and be supported and have his children being reared at home and has someone to manage the home. And there are so many benefits for a man being married. Again, something else that's supported by the data. The data shows that married men are typically more happy and live a longer life than their single counterparts, and it's the opposite for women. Again, the data supports that. Married women typically don't live as long as their single counterparts. So we can conflate a lot of things, but one thing that hasn't been talked about this whole time is, where is the data that says estranged women are more likely to take advantage and take money of a man are not physically together with? I have yet to hear anybody present that evidence.
I agree. I guess it was hypothetical.
It sure was.
Hypothetical.
We want to be
I was
gender.
just
We
saying
want to
based
be
on what
gender
I've heard in
non-conforming
my
so bad. We
experience. It
just.
I
wasn't
think
just
I think
like
Marcus had something.
mhm.
Go ahead. He
All
had your
right,
finger up.
I
but you,
did,
Go
but I
ahead,
forgot
Ruth.
what I was about to say. So
Go
go
ahead,
ahead,
Ruth.
go to the
DJ, say
next.
love. You gonna
Go
go,
ahead, Ruth. You
Marcus?
got it.
Okay, but
Ruth, go ahead. You got it.
because I was waiting for you to say, DJ, the numbers for the retirement, because when you started, you said women were making more money. Then when you got to the married part, now the men are making more money.
I said we're making more money now. I didn't say we're making more money than men. I said we're making more money now more than ever.
But you said that we
So
don't
you're
even need
taking
their
my
money
comment
to
out of
get.
context.
We don't even need their money to get. So why would we get a divorce and take their money? That's what I thought you said. Maybe I was wrong.
Actually, I want to chime in. I just looked up data, and it says 69% of married in marriages, 69% of married or cohabitating couples, the man earns more than the woman. So we are still in a situation based on the data where men are making more money. I mean, we are making more money as well, but in marriages, men are usually the high earners. And I think that's what you were getting at.
And I wasn't saying that women make more money than men. I said we are making more money now more than ever.
Right.
We have pensions, we have retirement set up, because we understand that we tend to outlive our partners. And again, there is no data showing that women have this propensity to just come out of the woodworks and steal an estranged husband's assets or money, because that's what we're speaking to, right? We're not speaking to alimony, because it's an unfair argument. If a man is a higher earner, or a person is getting paid alimony, that shouldn't suggest that she's going to also be an evil estranged wife that's going to come out of the woodworks and take everything from the family.
It proves that men don't care about the money because they're not going for the alimony. Also, you said earlier that the women are their retirement is set, but according to this, it says 44% of women feel prepared for retirement, while 61% of men feel financially secure and prepared. So men are most likely And when I see this in the everyday life, because I'm a realtor, men are more likely to think about retirement, and women are more likely to spend their money on bags and shoes. Let's be real. Like, and if we're not being real, then we're never going to get any solutions. The women coming after us are going to make the same dumb mistakes that we are making. I tell my children, hey, we did all this dumb stuff, so y'all don't have to do it. But if we're not being honest and real, like, listen, I know it makes us look bad, but let's look bad today so our daughters don't look bad tomorrow.
Yeah, and it
Cloud
says
Jones.
of the 400,000 people in the United States receiving post-divorce
You
spousal
next.
maintenance, just 3% were men, according to census figures. Yet 40% of households are headed by female breadwinners.
Again, if
Got
we're
it.
in
And
a
this is for
position, if we're in a position to make less money, of course we're going to make less money. That still does not speak to this idea that women are these people that are coming out of the woodworks and taking an estranged husband's money. That's the data I want to see. Of course, men
yeah,
make more money.
malicious
We live in
intent.
a patriarchy. Of course, men are going to typically pay alimony. I don't see an issue with alimony. Because if you're going to date a woman that's going to be, you want her to be submissive, you don't care about her education and degrees, that's what you get. You get a woman that when she walks away, you're going to pay her alimony. Now, God
The
bless
problem
you.
with
I
the
don't even
question,
know how this got to alimony.
the problem with the question you're asking though is that realistically, there's not really a high chance that anyone's going to be recording the data on how many wives after being estranged are applying to take money. Like, for example, in the situation where we're even having this conversation based off of, how would anyone even record that data and put it instead? It's not even a fraud case. But the man was obviously robbed. She obviously took the money, but because her name was on the documents, it's not considered fraud. So if we were to count every single occurrence where a woman's name is on the documents and she knew that money wasn't supposed to be hers and she took it, it would never count as fraud. So there'd be no
So
way to
you admit
find the
there's no
statistics on
data.
that. So in order for us to find, so I feel like you're asking for statistics that aren't realistic in order to ignore the realistic statistics we have, which is we have data that shows women's likely behavior based on similar scenarios. So when we have a scenario where women are likely to are able to gain a financial advantage over someone by deception, we find that in many situations like that, the statistics seem to skew very high with women doing that. And I feel like rather than accepting those stats that clearly show the behavior and clearly show the deviation towards a specific type of predatory behavior, you're trying to find a very specific nuanced stat, which no one's going to be recording. So
No, I
obviously
got
the
one.
data is not going to be there.
I got one. Men are 59% of romance scam victims and 3 times more likely to send money to somebody they never met in person. So there you go.
But
I
That
I
even
just
that
say
that
one,
think
is
even
about it
that
like
one
that's
this.
isn't the
indicating
stat
an
she asked
It's,
estranged
for.
it's the
wife.
closest one.
Think
But
about it
in
like this.
almost
Like most men,
I'm done.
in almost
most men
in
think about it
almost
like
I'm
every
this.
done. Y'all are
scenario.
grasping for
But think
straws
about
now.
this. Like, I just want to say this. Like, okay, if you decide to take advantage of somebody in their body, that's a character thing. But in most cases, when you hear it being spoken about, like women do it too. You hear some teachers doing things to little boys that they're not supposed to do and things of that nature. But when you hear about that, and it's usually hear about it in the news, you usually hear about it about men. That don't mean all men are doing it. That don't mean it's a bad thing towards
Obviously.
all men. It just means that usually when this situation is likely to occur and you're hearing about it and it's public,
Yes.
it's coming from a man. So it's the same thing when you're talking about situations like that. It's nothing personal against women, and it might not be like what we experience. Like I said, it's nothing I experience. It's not my friends don't do, but when I hear about it and when I do hear it, it's mostly coming from women. And I'm not saying a lot of women are doing it. I'm not even saying 90% of women are doing it. I'm not even saying 25. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying when I do hear about it, it could be 10% of women doing it. When I do hear about it, it's women. That's what I'm saying. It could be a very low percentage, and that's probably why you haven't come across it or, experienced it. And it's not always with malicious intent. Now, if we talk about with malicious intent, like he says, no way to really document that because it's, legal. But based on what I hear and when it's talked about with malicious intent, I mainly hear it from women. I don't really hear men bragging about taking women taking money from women. If they do, it's really, really on the low. But it is a lot of women in our society these days that's doing that, and it's making a lot of men not want to commit because they don't know what their intentions are. You know what I'm saying? A lot of men, a lot of celebrity men feel like this. They feel like, okay, you got with me, you knew what demons I was fighting, but what steps did you actually take to help me heal them? And a lot of women just feel like, well, I did this and I worked and I did this, but did you take him to therapy? Did you worry about his actual mental health, his childhood trauma, things like that? Women are definitely sometimes can drop the ball when it comes to getting married because they're taught, like y'all said, just from back in the day, they're taught that, oh, we need this to survive. When in reality, like I said, we're making more now than ever. So it's like at some point you're abusing that power that they had given us back in the day to survive. You're still abusing it. Like that lady who, because we got to remember, we're talking about the clip. So the clip is not saying how many percentage of women that are like that, but it's a woman literally doing it. You know what I'm saying? She took all the money, she did it, and it's like you got to hold women accountable when it comes to going for a man, even if it's not. Let's just talk about even outside of marriage. That's what their initial thinking is. I need to get a man to pay for this. I need to do this. I need to do that. I need to. So what you think is gonna happen when he? Oh, now you cheated on me and you left her more. I'm really gonna take everything. You feel me? It depends on what type of mindset you go into it. And I don't think a lot of women are doing it, but when it is being done, it's done by women. Just
I
like
appreciate
what I just said about men.
I appreciate us having the stats and facts and figures, but sometimes we could take what we're saying and twist it just to make it sound good. Because I don't think you hear yourself. You sound very convenient when you say stuff, but just try to be fair. If you just being objective and not being subjective, then you can just easily say, you know what? I think it's us. I think we're doing this. I think the law's in our favor. We know the law's in our favor. We're not going to agree that the law's in our favor. Like, that's why they don't want to get married. When we start having honest conversations and trying to get solutions, that's when we get somewhere. But we sound really crazy, say just spitting facts and figures and that only when it's convenient. And then we switch up the whole thing. Like, that's how we sound like when we're listening to Red Pill Men. We're sounding like that too. So I just want everybody to just go back, rewatch this, and hear how you sound. It's very convenient. That's all I'm saying.
It just sound like a dodging accountability. That's what it just sound like. Sound like a misery love company thing. Once you find something that one gender does the most, you use a power word to kind of take it away from the gender. And it may sound like a tactic. I mean, y'all can kind of understand why I kind of see it as a tactic to kind of for a woman to get away from it. Like if this characteristic is attached to women mostly, what's wrong with calling a spade a spade? I mean, we know there's certain characteristics that's attached to men, and we call a spade. Nobody's saying, "Oh, as a most men beat their wife or whatever." Nobody's saying, "Oh, that's a character thing." No, niggas is or whatever they doing. That's what they doing, and they got to tighten up. So I don't understand how we just work so hard to not to stay out of the playing field when it comes to pointing the finger at specific genders. It's like the conversation is moving so far away from gender conforming. We're so rooted in trying to get away from gender dynamics and stuff like that, or gender roles or whatever, that we just can't even say, hey, look, yeah, man, men are fucking up. They're doing that shit. Or women are fucking up. And they don't. I don't understand why we can't just see how. I think for the most part, everybody can agree that women mostly have this characteristic based on y'all stories and y'all experiences. And like Dot said, when she hear it, mostly women doing it. So what the hell is wrong with saying, okay, women got a character issue?
And deeper than that, it's the attitude behind
that
it. Deeper than
it
that.
has a lot to do with the fact that, especially now, this whole gender war thing, right? So I think a lot of people are on like what do you call it, hyper, focused on certain things. So it's like when I say something about you, I got to point out the same thing about you. And I think that's what it comes down to. A lot of times when the guilty party or the party that feels like you calling it out automatically goes on the defensive. And a lot of times we're both doing the same stuff, but it's just expressed differently. And so as a man, you're going to be able to see it from a woman like, oh, this is how women get down because you're the one that's receiving. As the woman, when it flips, she's going to say, oh, this is how men get down because we receive it. But in actuality, we're both doing the same stuff to each other, but the men understand the men and the women understand the women. But the bottom line is that we both are expressing some effed up character flaws, period. So focusing on those flaws and trying to fix it is the better way to go, as opposed to continually going on this roller coaster of about, well, mostly women do this, mostly men do this, mostly men cheat, mostly women be trying to take your money, most like all of that means nothing if your goal, well, depending on what your end goal is. If your end goal is to, you know, not promote marriage or relationship, then it makes sense. But if you're trying to build family, if you're trying to build, you know, a marriage, if you're trying to build community, yes, point the flaws out, call it for what it is, but then where's the resolve? I guess I think we just get stuck in the blaming stage and never move past the blaming stage to the resolve stage.
It's because we
You
couldn't
can't get
come
to the
into an
resolve.
understanding. We couldn't
Go
come
ahead,
to a
Cloud.
group understanding. That's why we couldn't move to the next
Can't
phase,
even point out the flaw. He's
fix
right.
it, because
Exactly.
everybody was
Women just had
deflecting
to
and
agree this is
dodging
something we do
accountability.
so we could give advice.
Do we do this, women? Yes or no? Okay.
Women,
No.
Do
yes.
what?
think-
I'm
I
trying.
think-
I don't know what the question
Is it
is. Do
mostly
what?
us? Is it mostly us? With the what was the question again? I'm sorry. The question was, Trev.
Is it mostly
Is it-
women that take
Well,
advantage
basically,
of
yeah.
the finances within a relationship at the end of the relationship?
That's
Fair.
overgeneralization. I have an issue with overgeneralizing, which is why I
That's a
said
generalization. It's not an
circumstantial.
overgeneralization.
It's definitely overgeneralizing. You're
They didn't say most
overgeneralizing.
women.
Just
They
a
said when it
generalization.
happens, is it
Details.
mostly
I got
women?
one.
They
I
didn't
got
say
one.
most
There
men
are
do it, but when it
details and
happens,
different
is it mostly women?
circumstances that
I
can
had my hand
affect
raised mad long, but
Wait.
things,
you know,
right?
like,
That's
got
a
a good question.
psychological issue too, if you really
Wow.
want to get deep and unpack it, overgeneralizing. And right now I see it as overgeneralizing. It really depends on circumstances and
They
details.
didn't say
You
most
can't just say
women.
women are out here doing, and if we are, I mean, not to go back down that data rabbit hole, it says that men in marriages are the ones making more money. So like if you're a woman and you're not positioned to take care of yourself after the divorce, then yes, you're likely to go after assets or whatever else you need to do in order to set yourself up for success in your future. So I mean, we can't just make it out to be a negative thing and say that women are out here taking assets after a divorce. Okay, if we are, it's because the men are making more money. But then again, we need to go back and really stop overgeneralizing and look at it as something that differs per circumstance.
So now you're moving in the right direction. So if men are
Hold on,
making
Trev.
more money, women are predisposed to having a decision to manipulate and finesse dude out of his money.
So I think
Manipulate has a very negative connotation.
Oh Lord.
How
So
about
you
she
want a
has to
positive
be more
connotation to a
strategic?
negative
How about she has to
outcome?
be more strategic about?
You really want to add a positive connotation to an outcome that's evil and
I mean,
negative.
in the scenario presented, that was definitely, well, then again, let me not say that because we don't know all
You
of the
want to
details.
wrap? You want to wrap
No,
cream?
calling
You want to put
that
cream filling
specific
and shit, huh?
situation what it is, what she did was effed up. There is no spinning that scenario
Yeah.
because at that point she wasn't with the dude. She'd have moved on, got another husband. He probably taking care of her. She took money out of her kid's mouth. That wasn't even on her husband. That was her kids. There's no way to spin that.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, Cloud, go ahead. Let our Cloud then Roof you right after Cloud.
all right, see, my issue with this is like there's a clear difference between the attitudes of how we deal with these problems, and this is why we can't get to the conclusion like somebody asked, because we can't identify the problem, right? If there's a man who was in jail for beating women, right, like for aggressive behavior, beating women, when he gets to jail, he's gonna get dealt with. Like on the streets, anybody who knows him, he's gonna get dealt with. There's no guy anywhere that's gonna be like, bro, you did the right thing. They're all gonna be like, yo, bro, you did the wrong thing. You're a sucker. Don't put your hands on your woman. You're a sucker. But for some reason, when it comes to women violating men and doing the wrong thing, there seems to be a problem with women just giving them that same harsh, like, yo, you're a sucker. That's wrong. There's always like a nuanced reason as to why she's not just straight up wrong, or why this isn't a woman problem, or why men do it too. And it's like, sure, women beat men too sometimes. But when them dudes go to jail for beating women, nobody's saying that, oh, it's okay, women beat men too. No, nobody cares about that. It's, bro, you're a sucker, and we're holding you accountable for it. That's unacceptable. I don't have no friends that hang with nobody that beats women. Anytime we hear in the streets about somebody beating women, that person's cut off. We don't even hang around them. But then when women do these things to men, especially when you see the response on social media, they cheer it on. It's completely different. You don't hear men cheering on other men beating women, but when women take advantage of men, you hear women almost cheering it on, like, you go, girl, you got him, that's right, girl, get the bag, and XYZ and XYZ. And it's like, it's disgusting.
Okay, I don't know what happened.
Thought you went out.
Ruth, go ahead. And then Marcus, you up. You're on mute, Ruth.
Sorry. So who's, for the women, who's more likely to cheat, men or women?
Men.
Depends on the study you look at.
It's real close, but men got it by just a slight pinch. So men cheat most based on stats.
DJ, what do you say?
Hold on, you said more likely, or they actually cheat?
Based on the stats, it says that men cheat more.
No,
you can look it up.
I think her question was, who is more likely to cheat? Like, they haven't cheated, but they have more ill will intentions towards stepping out.
You can
That's
look
the
it
reason
up.
why they cheat.
Men,
That's the reason why they have a higher percentage of cheating, because they think about it and then they go do it.
No, specifically it says men, based on the stats, men cheat more, but women are not too far behind. So it's not even really much to argue about that point when so many are doing it.
But mine was like, what's your opinion? In your opinion, do men cheat more or do women cheat more? DJ and Coco.
I think men cheat more, and I think men are more strategic in cheating, which is why I think the situation we're talking about as far as women strategizing to take money from men, I think men are notorious for strategizing and having multiple and double lies to get what they want out of women.
I'll take her answer, and then I had something to say after that. Sorry, Trey. DJ,
Okay.
what do you think, men or women?
The data shows that men cheat more.
Okay.
Not by much.
Okay.
But yeah.
So do you see how we got a clear answer as to who's to blame for that? That's all I'm asking.
There's data.
For the women. For the when the numbers are in our favor, when you're hearing the 98%, or when you're seeing all of this information, we're still not admitting that, hey, it's a woman thing. We didn't say, oh, it's situational. We didn't say it's a character flaw. We just said it was the men. Everybody's clear, that even the data, the stats, we got that all cleared out. But when it comes to the women, we never just say, you know what, it's the women for nothing.
Okay, I don't have a problem conceding to logic, right? No problem. Where's the data supporting these assertions that we're making about women being estranged and being these morally horrific people? Where's the data?
You know the data's not there.
We were talking about
that's all I'm saying.
You don't need data to prove something.
Surveys as
Hold on.
You do.
One mic.
You do to make a sweeping generalization. You do. Now, if we're gonna say that these are our experiences, our opinion, fine. But to make a sweeping generalization across a whole sex, I would not do that with men unless I had data to support it. You will never see me do that.
To be clear, they wasn't saying that in general women do it. They said when it's done, it's usually women.
That is a generalization.
But it's also a fact.
If you're saying mostly these people this whole group of people tend to do this, and you have nothing to support that assertion.
Mostly women wear panties.
That's
a generalization that's also a fact.
Generalization.
Mostly men have penises. Generalization that's also a fact.
Hold on. Marcus had a thought. He's been cut off a couple times. Go ahead.
I made the point. I was gonna say we're not saying all women do it. We just said when it's done, the majority of the time, anecdotal, and if you look at coincidental. It might not be causational, but the person that receives money at the end of a relationship will be women. So we would lean towards saying that, similar to the men would probably be the one to be cheating more. Like I don't see why we have a why it's such an issue to just admit those two things.
Because there's data to support that assertion.
They could have said it's inconclusive to say who does it the most instead of saying it's a character issue. I mean, that's all.
There's still no data to support that either. Where is it? I've been waiting.
Is there? There's no data to say that it's a
data?
character. Is there a data that said it's just a character issue?
No, I attributed it to a character issue because there's no data saying either. So I could technically say it's mostly men according to my experience, but I didn't do that either.
Sounds like anytime you get an opportunity to reserve the right to
Hold on.
And I without
I
data.
attributed it to a character issue because I understand that it's based on character. There's no data attributing it to men or to women. That's why I didn't lean either direction.
So when you see it in the media, when you see it in the communities, do you just off your personal
give me examples of the media? What community? I told you a couple examples in my community, and I gave you media examples of men who, when they are positioned to be with a woman that is a breadwinner, they will take advantage of the situation. I gave you anecdotal situations from my personal life.
Do you see it? I know you gave examples because we're not saying it don't happen. We're not saying it don't happen. We're not saying men don't do this. But how often do you see it when there is a man doing it? And how often, based on what you personally see and intake on a whatever basis, how often do you see?
If I'm being honest, first of all, Black men don't typically marry, so I don't see a lot of wives coming. They're the least likely to marry. Again, more data.
Where's the data?
I have the data. Would you like me to cite my source?
And
I will show you a
Wait, let her finish her thought.
Hold on. Too many mics.
On that one. Black men are the least likely to marry. So typically, I do not even see a scenario where a wife is even coming forward to begin with. Let's start there. Second thing is, no, I do not typically see when there is a marriage, an estranged wife comes forward. When there's an estranged wife, it's usually because those people have been separated for years and years. And I don't typically see a woman coming out the blue trying to take a man for everything he has, because what does he have? Let's be honest. I don't see a woman coming out of the blue and being like, I'm gonna take his estate. What estate? I'm entitled to insurance. What insurance?
But I wasn't saying
I'm
that.
genuinely confused.
Where's the data that supports that?
Scenario. I'm
I got
so
some
sorry.
data for y'all.
So Ruth, you said you had
These
you had some data on that because Ruth, you said that Black men marry more than Black women. You have any data to support that?
I think it was like 30. I think it was like 38% of men are married and 34. It was something like that.
Cloud Jones is looking it up right now. I can tell by the focus on his face. So we'll have this straightened out in just a second. Just make sure it's at .gov if you could. You already know how it go.
Just specifically, are they talking about marriage and comparing between Black men and Black women who get married more, or across other men?
Across other men.
If it's
so when they're
across
looking
other
at
men,
races,
then Black men do get married the least.
yes.
But if it's
but that doesn't mean we
Black men and Black women.
Now that
doesn't mean we don't typically marry just because we don't marry.
No, I said you're the least.
But we marry more than Black women do, though.
So if we're conflating things, if we're playing the
conflation
game,
data.
We're saying, what I'm saying is, if you of all the races are the least likely to get married, there's no wife to come forward and take anything.
That doesn't make sense, because just because you're the least likely to get married doesn't mean you're not getting married. The ones who are getting married still get divorces.
I'm applying your logic. The logic you had earlier.
That's not logic. That's flawed logic.
If a man makes more, a woman is more likely to come forward and be a morally corrupt, estranged wife and come and take his
that wasn't
assets.
the logic. You're
but
purposely skewing the argument.
If you're not even marrying Black women, the statistics are showing typically y'all are just not getting married. Y'all are getting married the least of all the races. It's far less likely that when you pass away, that anybody's coming forward. There's no wife to come forward.
34%.
Okay.
Where is
For
the
men.
data that black men are
34%.
marrying black women? You're making
No,
a
I
lot of
said the
statements without
data
data.
shows that you're the least to
No, but
get
you
married
also
of
just now
all the
said that you're not
races.
marrying black women. You just said that. So where's the
I'm
data?
telling you what I said.
No, but
Typically,
where's the data to support
I
what
will
you
pull it
just
up
said?
right now.
That
Hold
black men
on.
are not
You're
marrying
the
black
least
women.
likely to get married of all the races. That's what
But
I am
being the
saying.
least likely to, there's a difference between causation and correlation. Being the least likely to get married doesn't mean that you don't have a wife to get divorced by. It just means that you're the least likely to get married. But out of the ones that do get married, they still get divorced. So your argument's null
So
and void. It doesn't make sense.
out of the ones that get married, the small percentage of men that do actually marry women,
What
I'm
do you mean?
saying
More
that
than 60% of single black men, of
I'm
black men get
saying
married.
that she asked me what my experience was anecdotally and also looking at the data, and I'm telling her that the data shows that black men are the least likely to get married of any race. So that brings down the percentage of me even seeing a wife come forward. That's the first thing. The second thing I said was, okay,
Which doesn't make sense is what I'm saying.
for the people that do get married, no, I do not typically see an estranged wife just come out the blue and be like, I'm taking it all. Does
Well,
it
where's the
happen?
data?
Of course it happens.
You just
It
said
What you
happens to
typically
it
see is the
happened
data.
Too many mics.
it
Too many mics.
happened
Hold on,
to
y'all.
me, but
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all.
it wasn't with a woman, it was with a man. Okay,
Is there
so
data?
yes, I'm gonna pull up the data.
But
What data do
You're
you
talking about
want?
anecdotal experiences now, and you were the one who was adamant about data.
No, no,
So
no,
for you to
no.
continue to make these anecdotal
I'm
statements with no
offering
data
both.
is kind of contradictory.
I'm
Either you're
offering
going to present
both.
data or you're going to rest your argument.
I'm offering both.
All right, so we're gonna DJ. We're gonna give you a second to go ahead and gather some data. Casey, what's up with you? What's up with you? How familiar are you with what's going on? Have you heard? Have you been listening for a second before you jumped in? You need a few to get calibrated, or you coming in hot?
I've been listening, trying to get situated to get on. Can y'all hear me good?
Yeah, you sound great.
Okay, because I know my phone, my earphones was acting
No. Let's get to it. I want to know what your position is.
No, I agree with everything what's being said. For the most part.
From who? We have two completely different sides.
Okay. Well, I know everyone is agreeing that this situation does take place, right? People are talking about whether, no matter what gender it is, people are taking each other to the bank. That's number one. Everybody knows someone personally who's been taken advantage of in death or in divorce when it comes to spouses and money. And I really learned something because I did listen to the clip earlier that you guys played. I didn't know that you would have to go through all those different entities, like Darwin was saying. On top of the decree, having to go into all these different lanes that Marcus was saying, like, I wouldn't even know where to start. I'm married. I mean, we're tied. But at the same time, a little bit kind of what Marcus said earlier, and this is why I'm married to someone he knows, is because I always said, like, if me and my husband didn't work out, like, I still love him as a person and I wouldn't try to like ruin his life or make his life hard, right? And that was even before we had kids. So now it's even deeper now that he's the father of my children. But even before we had kids, I chose a person that at the end of the day that I didn't hate, that I didn't want to see suffer, that I didn't want to fight with, whether it ended bad or whatever. I said when I got married, if my husband got in a car accident the next day and was, bedridden for the rest of his life, that I would gladly take care of him and wash him and feed him and clothe him and take care of him. That was something I thought about before I took my vows. So I think no matter what, and that was 16 years ago, no matter what, with going through hard things, you kind of have to think about what and how people can change. And I know everybody has an argument that when money comes into play, people do change. I definitely understand that because I've seen that. I've seen people be decent people on the surface and then turn into be monsters through death, especially with death, because that's essentially what he was talking about, the death situation, right? They weren't fighting in an act of divorce. They were already divorced and were fighting after death. I think people can really be different. Siblings don't talk to each other, like y'all were saying earlier as well, like Chanel was talking about. But I do think going to y'all are peeling back onions with this conversation. When it comes to women and men, when you go to the gender side of things, I have to agree with whoever is saying, I think it's Ruth Clout Marcus, that died, that women can be more cunning and more manipulative when it comes to woman scorn. I mean, that's a thing. It's a thing because it's a thing. Like where I call a thing and I call things what they are. Women are known for being more cunning, more spiteful. Spiteful is a term that's addressed and given to women when it comes to being hurt in relationships. Men aren't necessarily known to be spiteful. Like we were talking about, or like you guys were talking about earlier, that men will kind of just be like, whatever, I'm not even about to go through I'm not going through the circles. Not that they can't do it, right? It's not that, I mean, men are more green, if you know about emergenetics, green and blue, right? They're more calculated, black and white, organized, right? So if a man wanted to be that way, when it comes to genders, women are more yellow and red on the emergenetics, right? We're more creative and loving and feeling and emotional. We're all of those things, and we act on emotion. We're fiery. We are all of those things that comes with emotion, and men can be more methodical. But when it comes to a woman feeling slighted, especially when it comes to a relationship, when it comes to a man, and then you add children in there, then a woman can be a woman scorned. And like the movie Alimony, Tyler Perry, that's a real thing. That's not made up. That's because that's in us as women. That is in us. And so I feel that, and I agree on that point. I'll wrap it there.
Welcome back, Casey. Yeah, so it's just.
Go
ahead.
Darwin, I'm gonna give it to you right after this. Pause. Di, I know you had something to say. You were waiting for a second. Go ahead.
Nah, I just agree with everything she just said. It's just look, I had something to say, but all I got to say is I agree with everything she just said. And overall, we could easily say, oh, it almost sounds like if you disagree, you kind of doing what Miss Taken was saying that we shouldn't do. You shouldn't say, oh, well, men do it too, so let's not hold the women, the women who are doing it accountable, if that makes any sense.
Go ahead, Darwin.
Now, I was gonna say, now that we gotta understand it, some people still trying to fight data and statistics and anecdotal theories and stuff. But now that we kind of understand what the hell is going on, I think before moving this topic, even though I know how y'all line topics up on this network, I think it's important to try to figure out, okay, how do men or women protect themselves in these situations?
Educate themselves.
That was a question.
So you can.
I didn't hear the question.
We so
used
to attack each other. We can't.
How do men and women protect themselves? So I can give you an actual solution. It's a thing called a financial lock and digital will and trust. So you can compile all of your financial data in one place, and just be sure that when you update everything within that compilation. So just try and be organized as far as where you keep all your assets and anything that could be willed to somebody else, so you can update them as necessary. A lot of times people would find safes. If they were going to have physical copies back in the day, that would be fireproof, so if the house burned down, they still can get that, and all of that would be intact. But now we have like some credit repair agencies offer it, so they digitize and keep a living will, a living trust record in one specific spot, so you can always access that and update it as necessary. But you're gonna have to go line item by line item.
So in this scenario, it's mainly given the video and the topic of someone passing away and they're not able to give who rightfully deserve their inheritance because somebody got a clerical issue or unaddressed paperwork. So it's also important to check when you get divorced. Check over your paperwork. I can understand the paperwork or like ownership of assets or shared ownership of certain assets, but when it comes to like sort of what Casey reapproached that, we never really answered that. I don't know why we didn't. I think that's very important. We never really answered the question about how the fuck does me getting divorced not get filed in a state database to where they know that, hey, look, this dude is divorced. The fact that I got to go and let somebody, like, who the hell do you go notify?
Social Security Administration. But I mean, you know it's trash, and you know
When
it's
it's
because
time to
of
pay them
that's
goddamn taxes, I bet. Nah, I ain't gonna
It's
say that.
interesting.
you know
Like
how that goes.
when I got my divorce, like I got the divorce decree that day, and I went straight to the Social Security office. But it was because I wanted to get my name changed that day. So I left the courthouse, went straight to Social Security office, and then went straight to the DMV and got all my names changed. So I guess the Social Security office knew because you got to tell them why you
But
know changing your.
Chanel, think about the women you didn't have children. Think about the women who are not rushing to change their name because they want the same name as their children with their husband, right? So there's women who are going to keep their name. So those women are not running to the Social Security office. I never even heard this before. I've never heard it before. But I guess I mean I only know a couple people that are like divorced, but they're not like close. So I guess I wouldn't really know that detail from personal, but yeah, if of course if you don't have any children, change back to your maiden name ASAP. But like if you have children, you probably want, if there's not an issue with between the couple of the ex-wife keeping that same last name with to be as the same as the children, then you would want to just keep your married name instead of going back to your maiden name. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Women, do y'all feel the same? Like I don't think I would want to be picking my kids up and they're like, who are you, Mrs.
No.
You know what I'm saying? My children have my husband's name and I have a different. I wouldn't want that.
Right.
Especially if I birthed them within my marriage.
Gotcha. I want to get mistaken in there before we're gonna end up transitioning in a second anyway. But go ahead, because I know you were waiting
We
for a
can
minute.
transition because I don't know what the question is.
Ruth, you about to say something?
Mm-mm.
Nope. Okay. All right, then we about to switch topics.
That was just supposed to be an icebreaker, but y'all carried it. Y'all carried it on.
I think DJ Love so lovely. His fingers are burning right now trying to find those numbers.
You funny. Nah, I was actually trying to copy the chart and send it to him, but it wouldn't let me do that. So I sent something from Stanford, a study on Stanford University. But there's a lot of things online. It's easily Googleable. I sent something to Lapeef.
All right, I'm about to drop this in the.
Is that a new word? Googleable?
Well, they say the fictional charts are the hardest to copy and see.
That is good.
On Instagram. And I'm gonna drop it in the back chat for you guys to look at as well.
All right, I learned something new.
All right. The Will said, where's 499? Where's the best place to find those digital wheels, Marcus?
So I think LegalZoom has one. I used to work with a credit repair company though. That's called why am I drawing a blank? It was like 6 years ago. But LegalZoom has them. You can do it through LegalZoom. It's just cloud storage. You say what, DJ?
Oh, I was gonna say you were asking. Oh wait, there's an echo. Is that me?
No, that's you go ahead now. That's Marcus.
I was gonna. What did you ask just now? You asked what's the best way to prevent. What was the question?
He was asking where is a good place to find a digital will. So I was talking about digital lockboxes, financial wills, and trusts.
Okay.
All right. Well, I guess nobody knows where to get those digital wheels from. So
I said LegalZoom.
Oh, LegalZoom. My fault. I wasn't paying attention. I had a blind moment in white.
I mean, you should be able to
a lot of credit repair agencies, like if you sign up for a credit repair service, a lot of them also have that addition on there. It's usually free, but it might be like $2 or $3 a month.
I mean, isn't that similar to just drafting it yourself and getting it notarized?
Well, yeah, but it's so I mean you could upload it digitally so it stays in the cloud. So even though the hard copy, if something was to happen, it can be easily accessed and you can locate it at any time because it's gonna be in cloud storage.
Cool.
All right, let's go ahead and switch it up, man. Let's get to this. GloRilla says, "Men are programmed to cheat." I'll play this clip and then we'll hop right into it.
When was the last time you were going through something where you was like, damn, I have no appetite right now? I'm
Ain't
hurt.
been like this since that.
Since that.
Yeah.
What happened? Did you get cheated on or what was it?
I never could catch the dude cheating on me. Like concrete, I used to know it, but I could never
Prove it. You couldn't prove it.
Yeah, I never could prove it. But then like we'll break up and like I just, cause I'm used to like, I used to be used to sleeping with him.
Mm-hmm.
And then like I used to always like put him out of stuff. And then yeah, I just not have no appetite. Cause I just loved him so much.
Yeah.
I didn't know that shit was that strong. I didn't know that shit could take over you like that.
Oh, yeah?
That's why I got a song on my album. It's called Glow's Prayer. I'm praying to God, like, God, please don't ever let me do that again.
Don't ever fall in love again?
Mm-hmm.
No, but love is a beautiful thing.
When
you
it's
know?
done right.
Yeah, you know, love got highs and lows. You just got to try to stay on the high or in the middle, but never go down to that low.
Man.
Because then you ain't never going to eat again.
Never. And it takes so long to get that appetite all the way back. I honestly think men is programmed to cheat. Like, I don't think they really be.
That's crazy.
They really don't be trying to hurt your feelings. Like, they really just can't help it. Like, I really think men can't help themselves with cheating. I really think they can love you and cheat, though.
Do you feel like there are no faithful men left?
I feel like in certain parts of the world it is.
But not in America?
I mean, I feel like it's some in America. Not the one. I feel like the ones I like is none. So I need to change my type.
What's your type now?
I mean, you know, my type.
Okay, and what are you gonna try to like start to like?
I'm trying now. Like, I'm really trying not to like. I don't want nothing right now. Like right now, I'm on some me shit. I'm trying to be 100% focused. But then when I start back, I don't want to talk to none of the type of dudes I be normally talking to.
Okay, you're gonna start fresh with a whole new set of likes and interests. Like,
Yeah.
What are you thinking about trying out? Like what?
Like maybe some lawyers or something.
Okay.
Some
bankers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Something like that.
Like a nice white collar job, like a lawyer, banker. All right.
But they ain't shit either though. Nobody shit. I don't know what I want. It's just at this point I'm just waiting on God to show me.
It's crazy. I always say there's probably like 10 like good men left, and it's just me and all of my friends. Like we're like the only ones
Shit,
left.
you got some dreadhead friends?
No, we're from New York. We don't really have that many dreadhead friends.
For real?
No, not many. But I could tell one of my mans to grow it out and like maybe I could make something happen for you. I could make something happen.
Yeah, do that for me.
I got you. Don't worry.
Does anybody feel like she just answered her own question? So, we're gonna start with you, Casey. What's your thoughts on this?
Why you starting with me, Trev?
Why not? You ain't have a chance to jump in. You mean your shine?
I don't. I mean, the conversation is. I'll talk. I guess her point. Y'all. I'm just. Her. I love. I mean, her music is. It hits hard in the car.
I got you, Casey. I got you.
Thank you, Marcus.
Go ahead, Marcus.
I think that that there are men who don't cheat, right? But they not the men she want, because most of the time, especially at the age, what she like 25, the men that she want got options. And me being like a reformed serial cheater, I'll tell you, it's damn near impossible to stay faithful when you got all of these women at your fingertips and you young, you know, hormones and your testosterone is going crazy. It changes as you get older, but at that like early, that pre-25 stage, it's a damn shame. Like it's kind of hard to not indulge if you had access. Now some people don't have access, so maybe they may not indulge in that same way, but I don't think she far off. I think the older men get though, the more that changes. But the type of man she looking for, like she ain't say it, but she wanted to say, I like street niggas. That's really what she wanted to say. And niggas that's outside. So, you know.
And she's outside. That's the purpose.
So, yeah.
That's why I'm like, what are we talking about? She basically is in an industry where it's all about partying. Her music is all about that. Her lifestyle is all about that. Her first major song out the gate was F&F. Okay, so what are we talking about? I mean, people live certain lifestyles and then they wonder why they get certain outcomes. It's the life that you're living. It's what you are doing. It's what you're surrounding yourself in. There's pluses and minuses. There's choices and trade-offs. So.
Oh, and when she said a man could be in love and still cheat, I 100% believe that to be a fact.
Yeah, that's facts. It's a matter of, I think with her situation, it's a matter of her being respected. I think she was kind of inaccurate, fundamentally inaccurate when she said that men are being programmed to cheat. I would have gave her a little praise, and I would have gave her some praise if she would have said that she believed men are predisposed to desiring multiple women, or not really wanting to conform to a monogamous relationship. When she said we just programmed cheating, just means that we just programmed to be disrespectful or not be a man of our word. And I can't subscribe to that kind of talk. I will say, as a matter of discipline and respect for the person you're dealing with, you know, communicating your needs and maintaining that trust in the relationship. I mean, I understand men have they get that feeling, you know, sometimes, you know you capable, and you see your type walking around all the time. You just want to knock it down, but you got to have that discipline. You know what I'm saying? And you got to also have some respect. You can love, and I'm glad you touched on it, in White. You can most definitely be in love with somebody and still be disrespectful. People think they both the same. You can also respect somebody and not love them. It's the same thing, vice versa. So I think Trev kind of jumped on that before we even got ready to answer. When she brought up, oh, you got a dreadhead, she already showing, exposing that she still lack any growth from any of her past experiences. And then the selection of men, as if that's gonna stifle or suppress the issue with infidelity. Choosing a man who has a white collar job is not associated with faithfulness or loyalty. That's just a fucking white collar job.
I think she was trying to say boring men. Like in her opinion, men she think is boring. If I was to take a guess, men that's not outside.
I thought she said that if I'm gonna date again, I'm not gonna date the same type. So I'm gonna date these type.
Yeah, so I'm guessing, right? Because
men who have more. It sounds like men who have more options, or men who are probably more predisposed to having those decisions.
So if I was to guess, right, I think in her mind right now, the men that she says she gonna date, she currently thinks is corny, and she gonna have to figure out a way to position herself to like those type of men, which is gonna be the hard part for her transitioning to those type of men. And the way she probably views it is the men who operate like that don't get no women like that. So she's correlating those two things together. It's not necessarily true they get different types of women, but yeah.
You think her mindset now in her selection process is going to change the outcomes she's been experiencing with men? Because it sounds like it's going to get worse.
She in a celebrity position and she is pretty wealthy. So the men she gonna be around is gonna be top 1% hood celebrities. So she gonna have this viewpoint for the rest of her life unless she turn into Eve at some point. Marcus, completely remove herself from hip hop.
I have a question for you. So I'm as a woman, right? If I cheated on you, do I still love you?
I don't think so.
Okay. Please stop. If you cheat on me, you do not love me. No, you cannot love somebody, respect them, and then cheat on them, and everything is okay. Y'all can tell the lie if you want to. Me right here, not believing it, not going for it. The fact that you want to go someplace else, that means the relationship is over. It's over. You wanted to go there. You did it. So therefore, if you're cheating, I don't think you're predisposed. I think you just want to do whatever the hell you want to do. So therefore, if you felt like it was a good, you know what? It's okay. I might lose her, but I'm okay with that. That means you didn't love me, and that's
Okay.
the way.
So yeah, that and I believe you see it that way, which is why I'm saying we have a different like viewpoint, is because most men will understand that and be like, yeah.
But I still
the
love
way
you.
No,
I
no,
cheated
no.
and I love you.
We're
No,
different
exactly.
people. We're
No,
different people.
He said probably not too, and you ran with that like he was.
Yo, there's a crazy echo.
Yeah. No, it's just that's Marcus Mike.
That's y'all being
So
hypocrites again.
no,
That ain't no
that's all right.
Y'all don't see
He
that?
said probably, and he said you said if you cheated on him,
Right.
does he love you? And he said probably.
No. Do I love him?
If you cheated on him,
Am I still echoing?
how can he answer?
No.
Yeah. It's all right. So Marcus, you could speak. It's just nobody else can't be speaking at the same time. It'll be fine.
How can he answer for you?
Ruth, you're muted.
He said no, right?
He said
You
probably.
said not. You said probably not.
He's not 100%.
Not
There's no
likely.
way he can tell. He can tell by your. There's actions that represent love, or you can show love in action. You can also You can also do it in a way where it's not really that. You just know how to do it. You're manipulating the situation, making them think you love them. But for him to say that to answer for you, that I don't understand how that can.
Because he said he can cheat on his woman or a woman and still love her. So I'm saying if a woman did that to a man, now he's saying probably not. You don't love me. That's what I believe. We are human beings. We are human beings. If you do something to me that's wrong, then you must not care about me the way I thought you cared about me. You didn't love me. I was just trying to prove a point. I wanted to see that, and you just walked right into that.
So I think we're missing. I think we're missing it because we're. I think we have a difference of understanding what love is and how you love somebody. Me personally, and from what I read and understood in biblical terms, is love is like charity. You love somebody without anything in return. It's you doing it because you just want to do it. You're not forced to do it. So I can love my family, love my wife or whatever. Just because I sleep with someone else doesn't mean I don't love her. You can still love her. You just being disrespectful. I think those two things are very separate.
So Darwin, then the only question would be, do you feel like your wife would still love you if she cheated?
Yeah. Hold on, wait. You said if my wife cheated, do I feel like she would still love me?
Yes.
I can't answer. How can I answer that?
That's why we said, do you feel like? We didn't say what you know.
I would have a bias. I would have a position against it because I was betrayed. So I would automatically just say, no, she must don't love me.
Can I just say
you would have
thank
to ask,
you?
Hold on, let Mistaken go.
That would have to come from her.
We
This
got
is
you. Let
the
Mistaken
thing
go.
that I was going to say. For love does not mean without fault, right? So I do believe men and women both can cheat and still love the person that they're with, because you're judging the act, which is effed up. But if you truly love the person, you're not going to stop loving them because they messed up, right? Everybody is in like relationships and they're not going to be 100% that does something that does not impact you in some way, right? Somebody might cuss you out. Somebody might, right? That doesn't negate the fact that you love them. Humans are humans and they will make mistakes. So that doesn't change the love for the person. So I actually disagree with Ruth in the fact of saying, if you cheat, you don't love me. I do believe men can cheat and still love their woman. But what I know, what Marcus just said when she flipped the script and said, well, if a woman cheats, then she doesn't love me. No, it's the same across the board, especially if men judge love by like acts, like duty, which is a lot of times what they say in marriage. That's why they don't leave, about being happy, because they still do their duty. If you're judging love based on that as a man, then if a woman cheats, but yet she's still doing her due diligence as a wife, then she's still expressing to you that she loves you, right? So I think we have to separate the love from the cheating. I do think both of them are being disrespectful, regardless of who does it. But I
Okay.
think the love can still be there. Now, you just might not like it, but society values a woman's fidelity and supports a man's infidelity. And I think that's the problem.
All right, so we're gonna do this order. We're gonna do
We'll
this
say
order.
it,
Hold
Miss
on, hold on.
Stacy. We'll
We're
say
gonna
it.
we're gonna circle back. So we're gonna do this order. We're gonna do DJ. I know Marcus had his hand up, and then all right.
So I think that I think Darwin touched on it a little bit. It just depends on how you define love. And I think for every person that's different. I know for me personally, love is not just a feeling. It's a foundation of principles. It's respect, it's trust, it's commitment, it's communication. When those things get rocky, you start to show me that your love is dissipating. If love is just it really just depends on a person and how they define it. But also I think there's levels to violations. I don't want to sit here and pretend that you yelling at me is the same thing as you cheating on me. There's levels, even in spirituality, even when we talk about the Bible, there's levels to sin, right? There's levels to violation as it pertains to a marriage. So I'm not going to sit here and just act like, all right, well, me not washing the dishes is the same as me cheating on him. There are levels to that. Some acts are just very egregious, and knowing your partner is the most important thing in this whole equation. I mean, there's a lot of steps you got to take before you actually cheat on somebody, before you actually commit that act. You have to be communicating with that person. You have to make plans and make arrangements. There's so much deceit involved in cheating, and so many steps that you take before you get to that point. It's not just like a oops, I fell in the vagina, or I fell on the D. It it's it's strategic, and it's a choice.
Okay, so I think like especially pre 25, the way our testosterone is set up, it's almost like a drug addiction to the way we seek and desire sex. You can also feel withdrawals. It's one of the reasons why 13 to 14-year-old boys, when they hit puberty, they be in the bathroom all day. It's because you have this innate desire to release that semen, and it does not have any emotional connection. Now it can, but we can have 100% of our sexual encounters have no emotional attachment and 100% bust a nut. Most women, according to studies, say they don't even come from vaginal penetration. We're wired differently, and we go about that differently. It's the reason I'm saying that you can love the person, because it does not, like, the love and sex for us isn't in the same box. Now women can adapt to not having love and sex in the same box, or go through trauma and not have love and sex in the same box. But most times love and sex, the way Ruth described it, are in the same box for the majority of women. For the majority of men who have the option to have like she said, fall into the pussy sex, it's not in the same box. I literally could go to the club, be drinking, and like, for proverbial sake, fall into some pussy without planning it or none of that shit. Like you can get some at the club, like in the VIP section. It's just not the same. I'm just saying, it's really just not the same. You can, it happens. It really does happen.
Okay, can I go now?
So I'll go after you, Di.
So just back to the video. When men are men programmed to have sex. I don't know if, because I know I'm from the same environment she's from. I'm still going through that, coming out of it.
cheat.
So I don't know if she meant like if men were born that way or literally programmed to to cheat, if that makes any sense. I feel like men are definitely taught that they can't control that. I think men are definitely taught to think less of themselves. I feel like, yes, when you're younger and you're high school, yes, that's cool. We're not talking about high school. You learn how to control your testosterone. At this point, you're dealing with dopamine, the dopamine that sex brings, and it constantly. So, for instance, if if just tell me if I'm wrong, and I want you to answer this question for me, Marcus, and then I'm gonna finish my statement. But when you were young and you was out in the streets doing everything you was doing, you weren't necessarily healed. Am I correct? And were you as spiritually in tune as you are now?
No, but that
Okay,
also
so let me answer. So I just want that part. So so yeah, because that's very, I think that has a lot to do with it. Men are taught to deal with a lot of their problems with sex. When men solve, when it comes to, and I feel like, and this is the reason why I'm gonna say this. For instance, men do not like to be attached to the emotion insecurity. They hate it. But at the end of the day, a lot of men, when they're not feeling safe with the woman, and they feel like she, instead of communicating, if they don't know how to communicate their emotions and spiritually, they tend to just go off and react. They're so used to reacting and thinking there's no consequence, because they like, well, we don't get as attached as women. Just because it doesn't, you're not getting attached, don't mean that action doesn't affect us in a very dangerous and harmful way. And I think when y'all start to understand that, instead of downplaying it, see, society downplays it from when men are children. They, when a man doing it, their uncles doing it, and just things, they tend to, like y'all said, women are like a trophy. So if the more women you have underneath your belt, you tend to get praised for it. They're taught that this is part of masculinity, this is what masculinity is, and they tend to make a mistakes, and then they and be trying to become masculine. They get all these women, they're causing all this dopamine in their brain, and now they're in a society where things ain't always so good. Now you got to go through problems, and they're always thinking, well, I need to feel better. I need to feel better. And most healed men, because it's not, I don't want to say all men do this, but most of the men that do this, they're not mature. They haven't grown up. They haven't healed. And these is one of the ways that society has programmed men to deal with this. And I think once you get older and you mature, you realize that ain't the way to go. And it's not just to deal with their emotions. Just think about what men get for having so many women underneath their belt. They're taught that it's okay. Women, on the other hand, even though women do it as closely as much, they're not like, girl, you, the excuse is not finding, like, go cheat, go do this, go do that. It's more so like, I don't know how to explain it, because I feel like I'm getting off topic, because there's so many thoughts that's going through my head, and I have so many examples on how society just like downplay the effect that it has on women. And I feel like when men understand it, then they're more like, okay, yeah, I can control. They take it a little bit more seriously. But before they find that woman that they feel like, I love her, I want to be with her, they feel like that's part of life, and it's cool because they don't have an attachment to the woman, and it's not.
All right, Coco,
All
you
right.
up, and then Clout.
All right.
Coco, you on mute.
And I'm surprised that y'all just want to say that. Just before I end my turn. I feel like when it comes down to this, we held women accountable when it came down to like the money and stuff like that. So I definitely want y'all to really consider why y'all like y'all do the things y'all do throughout the relationship.
Yeah, we didn't say it was a character thing, not once. So we taking accountability for this conversation.
No, you're
Go
not.
ahead, Coco.
You know
Hold
why?
on. We got
It's
to get
data to
Coco and Cloud
support
in
it,
there.
though. That's the difference.
I think men have natural animalistic things about them that when an opportunity comes, no matter what their situation is, I think at that point in time, whatever they're going through at that point in time, and they make a decision to do that, that's what I feel that men do. I don't think, it's not that they don't love them or anything like that, but they made that decision at that time, and not realizing, what they're risking is just, that's what they did at that time. So I'll just leave it at that.
All right. So there's a few things I wanted to tackle, because there seems to be like there's a lot of this discussion that I think a lot of women seem to believe that men's sexual behavior is taught. And because you hear us all communicate about it, and like, for example, how men like to chase women, that's not something that's taught. That's something that we all identify with because it's a mutually shared experience. So So guys aren't saying, hey, you got to get girls to be cool. No, guys all universally feel cooler when they get girls. And so that's the conversation and experience that we share. Now, as it goes to the GloRilla thing where her saying that men are programmed to cheat, I think we're looking at the entire scenario backwards. It's not the cheating that's the programming. It's being in a relationship that's the programming. And I think that all too often men are treated as though being in a relationship is our default setting, and it is not. That is not natural to us. It's not our default setting. It's not even our innate desire. If most men are being honest, the reason why most men want a relationship is for the sake of a woman that they care for. But if it was not required to have a relationship to attain that particular woman that they care for, most men would never be in a relationship. It's not on most of our minds. It's not our dating or mating strategy. It becomes a dating and mating strategy for older men solely because their testosterone is on the decline, and realistically they can't handle multiple women once they get to, like, most men in their 40s, after one nut, at the end of the day they're done. So at the end of the day, they can't handle multiple women. But if they had the testosterone burning through them and that desire, trust me, their body, when they wake up, is telling them to go take something down. Before that, every day. I don't think women really understand it, because I don't think women are as often put in a position where they have to deny their nature. So like, women don't have to deny their period, right? Like, we all accept that you have periods. We all accept that you have PMS. We all accept that we all accept that women are emotional, and there are certain behaviors that are innate in them based solely off of the fact that they're women. And as men, we're taught to accept that. With us, we're told that those basic innate things are a lack of discipline or some type of lack of self-control. And I don't feel that that's the case. I think it's just that this is our innate natural desire. Another example is like why I take an issue with that, especially with the sexual discipline thing, right? It's like literally every single body part on a human being is utilized daily. From your eyes, you utilize them daily. You utilize your nose daily. You utilize your mouth daily. You utilize your arms, your feet, your stomach, your asshole. You utilize daily. But for some reason, men are consistently told that the first organ that wakes up every morning, that's the one the one that brings them pleasure, the one that brings them the most pleasure, and the one that literally is responsible for procreating, bringing us life. That's the one that y'all tell us that we need to have discipline over, or that we need to somehow self-control. And to me, personally, I feel like that's society repressing the male sexual desire in order to get the man stuck into society and being a productive member of society. So I feel as though that's where the conditioning is. It's teaching men that they're supposed to be in a relationship and they're supposed to be quote unquote faithful, when really that's not our nature. We're only doing that for the sake of women.
That's a lot of
What if I
bull, like
Hold on. All right.
what if I
There's
say?
no.
I'm gonna let a
May
couple. I'm gonna let
I
a
haven't
couple. I
spoken
know a
yet on
couple of y'all
this.
want to go. I'm let
Oh
DJ
yeah, I can
go.
speak.
Then
all
we got
right, I got
Been
next.
on it, but
After DJ, I got
so
you.
Get 'em.
actually, the data says the complete opposite. There's no source on any of this internet that says that men are biologically hardwired to want to not be monogamous. It's actually
How
the
would data
opposite.
measure that though? Like, these are ridiculous arguments,
Wait,
because there's no way data could measure
hold
that
on,
anyway. Because
I would love to hear your
Let
rebuttal.
her
I
just
just
finish
want to
up.
land if I
but it's
could.
ridiculous. Like, she's making a ridiculous like,
No, it's
I will
understood.
drop. I will
Listen,
drop it
let
in
it's
the
let
back
her
ridiculous.
in the back chat.
let her finish it. Let
Technically,
her
you were
finish it up.
ridiculous, and we let
Let
you
her
go
finish it
talk.
up.
Let her go.
Right. We sat there and listened to that whole soliloquy. Okay, listen. All I'm saying, I'm gonna make it.
Oh.
I'm gonna make it quick. There's no data showing that you guys are hardwired to not be monogamous. It's actually quite the opposite. The data shows that humans in general tend to be more monogamous humans, but what the data does say is that we tend to be serial monogamous people, which means that we want to be coupled up with one person, but we like to jump from thing to thing to thing, but it's still one at a time. We want that, we have that desire to be coupled with somebody. So if we're not with someone, we want to get into something else and be coupled again and be coupled again. What you're referring to is social conditioning. So the social conditioning that Dia was speaking to, it comes from societal pressure. It tells men, well, the more conquest you have, the more manly you are, the more masculine you are.
No, it
And
doesn't. You're not a
unfortunately,
man.
okay, I'll let you talk.
Be quiet. All right. I said I have to do it. I am not sure what where I would be curious to see. So if you could put that in the back chat, DJ, I would love to see that. But biologically, if we're just looking at men and women from a biological standpoint, men definitely are more likely to want to have sex because that testosterone plays a key role in their sexual desire in general. Men typically have more, testosterone.
I was
However,
speaking to monogamy, not the sex drive, but go ahead.
oh, okay, got you. So if we're looking at it from a biological standpoint, but what has happened is that women's biological desire in society has always been overlooked. Always. A man's sexual desire has always been put over a woman's sexual desire. And I'm not saying that women desire sex more than men, because if we're looking from a biological standpoint, men's need to, that biological aspect to spread his seed, his genes, all of that. We can agree to that. There's no argument. However, even if you look at nature, there are times in which women are much more, wanting sexual desires at their peaks and valleys, like at different times in their lives. So when you're going through your cycle, right?
Pregnancy.
There are times where you're extra you know what I'm saying? And that's read a study that showed that that's the likely time that women typically cheat, that they can measure their cheating behavior along their cycle, right? So if we're looking at it from a biological standpoint, then in reverse with men, as they peak in their adolescence and like their young adulthood, and then as the testosterone drops, they begin to have less desire. Whereas for women, it switches. So from a biological standpoint, as women get older, then they begin to desire sex more because their testosterone actually starts increasing the older they get. So if we're going to just say about the cheating and use a biological perspective to justify the cheating, then that means that as a man, y'all need to accept the fact that biologically speaking, that women is going to want to smash too. It's just going to have different stages of life at different times. Now, the flip side to that is it's about how society views sex with women and men. So society does influence men having sex without necessarily the repercussions that come along with it. Klaus says something about society trying to stifle men's sexuality. If any sexuality has been stifled, it has been women's sexuality throughout history.
I said control, not stifle.
Control. Well, that's even a better word. You're absolutely right. If society has tried to control anybody's sexuality, it has been women, period. Now we can look at it from a social construct, because now that women have the freedom, let's say, to choose their sexual partners, what have y'all seen? Women are acting crazy. Now, I'm not saying I agree with it, but women are off the chain with the sexual partners that they're having. Now that society doesn't have, well, I'll say in America, doesn't necessarily control a woman's access to sex and how she's able to get sex, right? So if we're looking at it from a purely objective standpoint, that's why men and women both statistically are almost neck and neck with infidelity.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Kate.
Okay, first,
Coco, you're right after Casey. Go ahead, Casey.
Chanel, you had something short? You want me to go?
Yeah, I had a question as far as this is one question. Do we agree that women control sex in marriage?
Most relationships,
I'm not sure. I'm
What
not
do you mean by
100%
sex in marriage
sure.
as opposed to sex? Like when you say sex in marriage, do you mean as opposed to sex not in marriage, or do you mean women control sex in general?
Well, I'm just thinking, I'm just listening to all these points we're saying, all these things we're learning about, we're sharing with each other, learning about men. When we choose in a marriage to deny man sex for 2-3 weeks or however long it is, and we know that this is a desire that he needs, is that saying that when the woman doesn't want to have sex in the marriage, obviously he's not going to get enough, but is it really cheating if he goes to do something that's going to satisfy him because he's frustrated? And that's what I mean when I say, do women control sex in the marriage? Because when is it cheating? Is it cheating because he did it and didn't tell you because you know that you guys haven't done it? So
It's
I guess I'm
cheating.
going.
When you're in marriage, you don't have control over sex. It's a mutual thing. Your body belongs to me. My body belongs to you. When you
Well, men
start
use the
denying,
Deny your
excuse
partner?
that's why they do it when they get
when
denied
you
by their partner.
Is
when
it
you
cheating
when a
to
woman,
deny your partner?
hold on real quick. When a woman denies her man sex, that's sexual immorality. That's already cheating. You're cheating your partner. You're cheating your husband out of something that was vowed to him
About that.
through holy matrimony. That belongs to him. That's the deal, and you're flaking on the deal. So that's already betrayal. So sexual immorality starts there.
So then is it the same if
I
the woman
completely
cheated
agree. I
for
completely
denying him
agree.
sex
Darwin.
and he cheated for going to get sex?
All of
You
it.
said
All of
you
it.
said
You
3
read
weeks.
your
I don't
contract
think
first.
3 weeks is an adequate amount of time, but I definitely think it's cruelty to be married to somebody and to deny them sex and expect that they would not want or desire to get it elsewhere.
Okay, so what I was trying to say earlier was, Miss Taken, I know you expressed you got high testosterone, right? So I was hold on.
Marcus, wait. I let
Oh,
Chanel
mercy.
go. You jumped.
He did.
Thanks, bro. Thank you.
Yeah, because I'm waiting on my turn too.
So one quick point back to Miss Taken. She was cooking earlier, and I just wanted to say kudos. When you are married to someone, you don't stop loving them because of something that they choose to do selfishly, right? Just like if a person cheated, you're not going to stop loving them because they cheated on you. You're not going to stop loving if they have an addiction, whether that may be alcohol, drugs. Like, you don't stop loving someone who you really truly loved. There's people who still love people who got divorced and married to other people, and some people never move on from that person, and that person moves on with their life, and they continue to love them even though they go and build another life and marriage and kids after a divorce. So I feel like if you really truly love somebody that you really love, you don't stop loving them because they choose to do something for selfish reasons in a moment or continuously or whatever. So I completely agree with Ms. Taken on that. Going back to this point. Okay, so so the past couple shows I haven't been on, but I'm gonna be real with y'all, and I gotta say this for Clout. I think Clout says a lot of things that men want to say, but he says it in a way that's like strictly like no holds bar. It is what it is. Take it or leave it. I believe it's truth, and I think a lot of times the way he says it, people don't receive it very well. But I have to say, like, Clout says things that I agree with damn near 90-95% of the time. It's just, I think certain people aren't used to hearing it. And I guess it's because I'm a mommy's girl, but I'm also a daddy's girl. And I got 3 brothers. And like, you know, even Marcus is one of my bros, one of my husband's good friends. Like, I'm used to hearing men's conversations and how men think and how men talk. And I think a lot of times we as women want to sugarcoat things and take things. We want things delivered a certain way, or that's not the way they are. But some things in society, guys, I think it just is what it is. Like, it just is what it is. Maybe that's the athlete in me. I'm used to hearing things without rainbows and clouds and feel good. Like, give me the vinegar, Like, I can take the spoonful of vinegar. I don't need some sugar added to it. I want to know what it is. I want to know what it is for sure. And I think a lot of times what Clout says, I know Marcus agrees with him a lot of times, and he'll just let Clout talk, and he won't dogpile and join in. But you know what I'm saying? And even Darwin, I know Darwin and Trev, I've been with y'all for going on 3 years now. I know y'all agree with a lot of things he said, but y'all don't.
I didn't agree with the last thing he said, just for the record.
Yeah.
You said you did not?
Yeah, I got a
fundamentally
a serious question
yeah.
to present in a second
Did
too.
not?
To you, Darwin.
Okay.
I didn't agree with the last thing he said. Origination of a man, or not origination of a man. I'm sorry, I was reading some shit. The
What?
the theory or whatever on men not naturally being in relationships. It goes against my biblical principle. Oh.
Okay, well, no. Okay, so I'm glad you said that, because I definitely understand where you're about to go with that point, right? And a man wanting his rib, and a man building and foundation and family. Darwin, I know how you think. On the flip side, Clout also has a point when it comes to men definitely being programmed within society to want and desire certain things if they're not within biblical principles, right? I feel like certain men will, when they find that certain woman, when they find her, when they find that rib, they will adjust and realign themselves to be the man that she desires based on aligning to be with that woman. But if that man doesn't necessarily meet that woman that requires that, I don't think he will adjust and realign himself to those principles if not raised within that original foundation alone, as you're speaking.
Yeah, but a man who's fundamentally strong and grounded in his principles and beliefs, he doesn't flex his the way he moves based on the woman. Like me specifically, I believe in being loyal and faithful to my woman. And if she don't,
so no, I'm saying before, Darwin, before you met her, if you didn't meet that woman that would fall in between,
no, Casey, ask me this.
Your foundation.
Darwin, you never cheated before, ever in life?
Have I ever cheated before?
Yeah.
I don't answer questions about I plead the fifth.
Exactly.
No,
Exactly.
but for the record, on the record, no.
None of y'all married to the first pussy y'all done got. So let's keep it 1,000. Niggas don't want one coochie their whole life. That's why nobody's married to their first. Stop it. None of y'all had one partner your whole life. Y'all all have multiple partners because people are not monogamous. You can call it serial monogamy all you want. What I call it is not being monogamous. You play with one till you're done, then you get a new one. Then you play with that till you're done, then you get a new one. That's the true nature of humanity. We like to dress it up with marriage and relationship and all that. But the reality is most people will get in a relationship and then that relationship will end and then they will end up with someone else. And that will happen multiple times throughout your life until you die. The end.
Let me finish. Let me put a bow on my response for Marcus, though. So whatever I just said still stands. But believe it or not, the principles and traditions I live by, what I walk by now today was not what I walked by in the past. So that might be able to answer your question, but I can't go on the record and
no, that's fair, Darwin.
Repented from, because once I've been repented and I forgive myself for something, I usually don't attach that to me. You know, I forget it just like God forget it.
So Darwin,
I wasn't grounded in my spiritual beliefs and principles like I am or most recently.
So Darwin, the point I was making was, because how old are you right now? You 30? 38. So yeah. I clearly referenced the time and place pre-25, and that probably correlates with the time before you had the spiritual awakening, right? It may be a little more, a little less, but around that like 14 to 27-ish, it's a very hard fight biologically with yourself for this. And to give an example about, because you said we all feel the need to want to socially attach. Y'all might not understand this, but we can have sex with a random woman and desire her fully, looking at her, and after sex, it just leaves our body and we could be disgusted by her and not want to have sex right then. But if another beautiful woman comes out that's not her, that desire will come right back in the next like couple 15, 20 minutes. When we fall in love, that feeling like, man, I don't want you to touch me, that goes away at that point. Like we don't have to be in like and to have a desire for you. It literally goes away if we don't love you like that. Like
so we can love you and take your money, and then go to the next man and take his money and still love you, right? That's okay too.
You trying to? I'm not trying to tell you what's right or wrong. I'm telling you what is. This is right now.
Yeah, she's arguing morals,
and I'm not saying right or wrong.
We biologically desire y'all money, right? So
biologically,
how can you biologically desire money when money is not biological? You see a flaw in that argument? Money is material. It's not biological.
No, but she's talking about the need to be financially secure. Women do have that biological need if you really want to get technical about it.
So you telling me a baby come out the womb wanting money? That's the argument you're making right now?
Resources.
A woman comes out the womb.
Food and shelter. All humans want food and shelter.
Hold guys. One mic.
You guys,
one mic.
Survival and resources is
you
not.
figured it out. We all want food and shelter. Y'all have.
I had a question real quick. For y'all. So Darwin, you made a very interesting point earlier. And you said that it's immoral sexuality or something to that effect.
Sexual immoral.
Sexual immoral. Okay. Okay, I got it. Right? For a woman to not offer her body to you if you are her husband.
Yeah.
Many, many years ago, it was impossible to, grape a person who would be considered your spouse. How do you feel about that as far as the law being changed that way? Do you feel like a person is entitled to it, or what do you think as far as that's concerned?
Hold on, what is the law?
Well, back in the day, it was impossible to grape a person who was considered your spouse because it was believed to belong to you.
Right. Yeah, I understand that part. So you're saying now?
Yeah, it would be considered grape. Yes.
Hold on. So you're talking about taking some ass.
I'm just asking you.
Well, I don't know if you're trying to catch me in a tripwire with that, but that ain't. No, I'm not talking about taking no ass. I'm talking.
I'm just trying to be clear about what it was you said.
Yeah, I don't condone none of that. It's all about
something. Just to add to that, though, what he's saying is that if you feel someone is obligated, like they have to do something, that is a form of saying like I'm that ass is mine. And that's why I was also challenging the idea that women are property. It is because see, this is the problem is I don't think people don't understand consent and all the areas that go into consent. Consent also exists in marriage. And also, a woman is not obligated to have sex with you any more than you're obligated to make her happy. So it's all about intent for me. So if her intent is to use sex as
so you talking about for you.
If you would allow me to finish, I'll tell you exactly what I mean.
I know exactly what you mean.
What I'm saying is sex, no, that's for everybody. Consent is consent. So if a woman is using sex as a tool to manipulate you, that is a different situation. That is diabolical. But what I'm speaking to is if you are trying to have sex with your wife and she is saying no, she's not morally obligated to have sex with you. What you should then do is say, okay, what's going on? There's a communication issue because sex is a tool for intimacy. So if there is something broken in the intimacy, that's the time to have the conversation, not to demand that she gives you sex because she's your wife.
I think it could be a balance in that. Women can't deny their husband.
Oh,
right? It's wrong to deny him.
Can I respond to her first?
I never got to finish my point.
Yeah, well, your joint was on mute. So this is what we're gonna do. Let Darwin finish his point, respond, and then Marcus, you up next.
First of all, you're talking about for you. You keep saying for me. I'm not. This is greater than me. That's why I speak from I'm so passionate about what I believe and stand principle and believing in what I was taught. And I'm not speaking from me. I'm speaking from the word. So anything that goes against anything that's deviating from the word of God is devilish to me. So all of the stuff you're talking about is just pure evil. When you come here and say consent and the law and all that stuff, it doesn't supersede the word of God. I'm not going to take no ass. But if I marry you, make you my wife, you damn right you obligated to give me that ass. And if you don't, yeah, we're going to have a conversation about it. I'm not going to just take it. But you best believe the foundation of our marriage has become fragile enough to where we got to have a conversation on whether or not it's going to be continued. Because sexual immorality is an issue. And I think that's one of the main reasons that God offered the divorce decree to Moses or whoever in Matthews or whatever. So you can come from your own personal preference or views or perspectives all you want. When you ask me a personal question like the one MOA asked me, I had to come from the biblical principles. You see how divided and how fractured we are as a people because we all had these, oh, this is for me. That is why I stay principled, so I don't have to be out here lost and out of order. So when you get into marriage with a man, and this man, we have already just expressed how messed up it is or how difficult it is for men to discipline themselves and restrict what's naturally innate in them. And for you to deny him in a marriage, granted there is no health-related issues or anything, you just don't fucking feel like it. It's evil. And you need to be, I'm gonna just let somebody else go ahead and talk.
Okay,
Listen,
now
I'm gonna tell y'all why women. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, the point I was trying to finish making though. So I know I'm dragging the conversation back, but the reason I asked Darwin about the age he was at, because a lot of people that's reformed or that you would consider good men, if they had the opportunity, they all had a phase that's similar to what me and Cloud was discussing earlier, and it has nothing to do with social programming. Although, like he said, it helps because we are encouraged to do certain things. It's also so innate that it's literally you fighting across. Like when people get hungry and they're very angry and they respond differently when they're hungry, that's how our bodies can react to being horny. And extended periods of time like that can put you in bad situations. And I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying this is the reality of what men are actually dealing with when it comes to the way our sexual nature is set up. It's a reason why we produce millions and millions of sperm consistently all day, as opposed to the way a woman's body is done. I don't think that the way we view our biological sexual differences in this modern age corresponds correctly with biology. I do not think that it does.
One
thing I just want to add.
Let me just land this one point. It's gonna be real quick. This is a warning to any woman who comes in with a mindset that this is how I do things. This is what when you submit to a man, you're submitting to his direction, his principles, traditions, everything he believed in, everything he came from. You submitting to his way. So if you come into a marriage or in a relationship with all of that, still you what do they call it? Interdependency or whatever. You still relying on your old ways or whatever. You out of order coming into the relationship. If you're gonna submit to a man, that's part of switching your position. Submission is part of switching your position and what you believe in the traditions you go by and embracing his. So if this man is backed on principles that say, hey, look, you obligated to make sure that I'm sexually pleased and all that stuff, and you don't believe in that, and you ain't fit for marriage. You're just not. And you need to go ahead and reevaluate what you believe in or how it's supposed to go down when you get married. That's a warning.
All right, Marcus, finish your point, and then I'm gonna get. We got one more video to get into. You good? All right, we're gonna jump into the video now.
Darwin speaking facts.
A woman can cheat on me, and I probably wouldn't leave her, depending on. Listen.
I'm listening.
Depending on the value of the woman.
Okay.
Would you depending on the value of a woman, like And depending on the situation, I wouldn't just up and leave a woman like that. If she like if she cheated on me, right, and I was like this, and the reason is I got something to do with it. And if I really dug deep inside and felt like it was something that I had something to do with, I probably wouldn't just up and leave her like that. Like I just wouldn't. I would figure out the situation, figure out how it happened. If I want to be real petty, and the value of this woman.
Yeah.
How about she run a Fortune 500 goddamn company, right? And I'm not gonna let a little dick get between. Well,
even the computer said,
even the computer like preach. That's what the computer said. I'm not gonna let a little man get between us and our finances and what we doing.
Right.
Now, if you ain't doing shit and you get some dick, bye bye, motherfucker. I'm out.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? The value of the woman. I do. And women do the same thing. Like, if they had a successful guy or whatever, they gonna tolerate a little bit more than what they do with some deadbeat motherfucker. And I'm the same way with women. I'm like this, yo. If you cheat on me and you got a 500 company, I just be like, just don't do that again.
Yeah, I think there's some truth to what you're saying. It used to be a time where women would only have a sexual relationship if they felt something for the guy.
Absolutely.
In order for them to step outside of a relationship that they're in, they really had to feel something for that guy. If they're married, I don't care if they're a fiance or whatever the case may be. But in these women have a lot of the mindset like a guy. They'll sleep with a guy and think nothing about that guy and go sleep with that guy. And they've adopted a man's mindset because they see, well, man's doing it. Why can't I do it?
Absolutely. And who says they can't?
They
and
do
so
it.
therefore, what you gonna do? You gonna let your emotions keep you broke? Because that's what you could do. Your emotions that keep you broke out here, brother.
What's her job in that Fortune 500 company?
What's her job?
Is she the CEO, the CFO, the VP?
She the CEO of this boy, and she is the top dog.
Yeah.
Don't do it again. That's what I'm gonna tell her.
You know that hurt your boy, right?
You got one of them? You got it.
You know that hurt. That hurt right there now.
You got one of them.
All right, we're gonna start with Coco. Coco, you in there? There you go.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
I watched this yesterday, and I literally, this exact clip, I literally sent to the chat with my and we were just talking about this yesterday. And I'm just glad that it's just men talking about sticking around after a woman cheats because of what she has to bring to the table. So I would like for the men to talk on this one, to be honest.
I'll go.
Pop was ready.
I'm ready. All right. So overall, the sentiment of what he's saying, right? Like the idea that if the woman brings a certain level of value to the table, you could forgive certain indiscrepancies. I think that's true, but I think the example he used of her bringing value was a terrible one, because for me personally, it don't matter how much bread you're getting outside of the house. Now, if we had a company, let's say I have a family business and my wife is like, she's like literally the CFO of my company, and she's bringing in millions of dollars of contracts a year, and she got the business on smash, and we done doubled and tripled in income ever since she started working with me, then, oh yeah, she ain't going nowhere. She gonna stay right there. Listen, keep him. I might get me a girlfriend, but we gonna keep this business going because this is family business now. If it's something like that, then yeah. But just because she making a couple $100,000 working for wherever she working, like that money don't mean nothing to me. Like I can get money. I don't need your money to survive. You know what I mean? So unless it's something that's helping to attribute to the empire that I'm trying to build or the vision that I'm putting forward, like that's the only way she could be bringing value. But just having a nice job, that's not bringing value to me. You gotta put some effort into what it is that we're establishing together. And I'm talking like not just financial, I'm talking sweat equity. Like I gotta know that you sacrificed and really put in your due diligence and your effort to build this thing. And then, I wouldn't just kick you to the curb when you're a pivotal part of my life, when you're a pivotal part of how I survive and thrive even. But yeah, just for a little bag or a little check that you're getting from wherever, 200,000, 300,000, who cares? You know, you could take that and go about your business, and I'll find somebody who's down for the cause.
So you're saying that you check you weighed your options and everything, and you like, no, I'm not gonna leave her. I'm gonna give me another girlfriend. Go. So now you want to go into the toxic stage, and now it's a tit for tat, but we're gonna still work together.
No, I'm not saying it would be toxic per se. I'm just saying is if we come to a point where there's no fire between us and she want to have somebody else, and but we have something so firmly established that it would like drastically change both of our lives to separate, then we don't got to do that. She could keep her position in the business. You know, you could go get you your boyfriend. I'll give me my girlfriend, and we'll keep it cordial. You know what I'm saying? But we're not gonna get divorced because we're gonna keep this empire popping. But you know what I mean, besides that, like if it's not like an empire or something we're building that I can't build without her, beat it.
Man, you moving a goalpost on that. You're not really answering the question. You made it really hard.
I didn't. Okay.
Yeah, I would
What
say
didn't I
this.
answer?
I think it's dangerous to what he's doing, man. Obviously, he come from different principles, and I can't argue principle as much as can't keep arguing that shit. So that's Dion Cole. He in it for the money. He don't give a damn about respect. Ladies, if you listening, no, that's not gonna work. If any man have any respect for himself, he's not gonna tolerate disrespect just because you got a Fortune 500 company. I don't give a damn. Respect is respect. I'm not compromising my respect because you got money. I don't give a damn if it's something else. I know Klaus said the value, if it's money or it could have been something. I don't give a damn what it is. My respect is the only thing I have when I walk away from you. And if I don't have that, or if I don't have, you can give me everything you can give me everything I desire in a relationship. Everything, money, love. What do you call it, Trev? Guac 3000, suck it from the back, whatever. I don't give a damn. If you don't respect me, I'm out. I'm out. I'm not marrying you. I'm not getting a relationship. I'm not being loyal to that. I don't want no parts if you can't respect me. Period.
I was gonna say, like, I think this is the part that bothers me with the whole cheating and men making different rules for women. I get that whole societal aspect of the idea of that, but I think what bothers me is the discipline aspect of it. Is like everyone talks about, especially men, how much discipline men have, and women lack discipline, right? They lack discipline. And it's crazy to me that in this one area, y'all can't exercise discipline. You have, like, I mean, food is a need. Like, you have to have or you will die, right? You cannot have sex, but you won't die. It's not saying that it's hard
No,
not
that's
to
not true.
That's not true, gang. You don't know what you're talking about.
Please.
You don't know what you're talking about.
You can literally not have sex and not die, but if you don't eat food, you will absolutely die. People discipline themselves when it comes to food, right? Like y'all are on a healthy diet. If you're trying to eat right, get your body right, you're going to discipline yourself when it comes to something that's biological, because needing to eat is biological, but you'll discipline yourself and cut yourself off from certain things in order to live a healthier lifestyle. What we're saying is if you're in a marriage, the agreement for that marriage, unless you and your wife have, agreed to other rules, but normally when we're talking about marriage, it's typically one man, one woman. Y'all both agree that nobody else is going to come into the picture when it comes to having sex. So if you can discipline yourself biologically from refraining from certain foods so you can live a healthier lifestyle, why can't you discipline yourself when it comes to sex when you're within the confines of a marriage? It's not saying that you won't ever be able to have sex. It's just that you're limiting the variety of sexual partners that you have within a marriage. Just like if you're trying to eat healthy, you're limiting the types of food that you're eating so you can have a healthier body, a mindset. People fast. And what's the purpose of fasting? It's so you can gain discipline over those things that has a stronghold on you. So if you're not practicing discipline when it comes to sex, to think that once you get married, you're automatically going to be able to stop desiring and moving the same way that you did before is unreasonable to think that if you've never practiced it. That's why it's very important for people to go ahead and make sure that they are disciplining themselves when it comes to sex prior to marriage. So when you go into a marriage, it's normal behavior. Because there are times where it's not even about, I'm not having sex with you because I don't feel like it. Sometimes it could be medical issues where you just won't be able to do it. And as a man, if I was a woman, I would feel some kind of way if I wasn't physically able to do something and just thought it for a period of time and just automatically knew that it's like, all right, well, I know he's going to go ahead and be with somebody else. That's not cool. It just isn't cool. Go ahead.
All right.
The problem with that
Hold on,
argument.
Hold on, Clark. 1 sec. I just want to get everybody to get their first thoughts off, and then we're gonna come right back. You'll be the first one on this second round. All right, Casey, what you had in this? You didn't go yet, right? All right, go ahead.
No, come back to me. Come back to me.
All right. Next up, we got Ruth.
So it was funny, first of all. Men do it for free. So it's not necessarily that she has to have money and then you're just gonna let her have a pass. Sometimes if people don't know about it, a lot of men stay even though they get cheated on. All right. And then I understand Marcus' point of view about I think he was talking about like the natural desire, but the majority of men, I would say, is not, they don't. I forgot what you were saying. I'm sorry. It's getting late. It's getting late. But yeah, I think the question was, he was saying, trying to refresh my memory. What was he saying? Can you rephrase it? I'm so tired.
When I was saying the majority of men are wired to want sex from like pretty much any woman they're attracted to. The issue is it may seem like men are more monogamous, but the truth is they might just not have the options to do it. Are you talking about that?
Right. Yeah. So the majority of them, they do want a relationship, and they want to be with somebody. Yes, they do. They do want to be with somebody. So, but what I was going to say is that go ahead to the next person. It's fine. I quit. I'm tired. I get it.
I think that we keep talking about this discipline thing, and it's an interesting issue. I think that the real way for men to exercise discipline is to stop lying to women and creating this expectation that you're not going to have multiple women in the first place, because there's this idea that somehow it's like a lack of self-discipline, and it's literally not. It's just not the case. It's like we're wired differently than y'all are wired, and it's like I'm trying so hard to get that across, because I think y'all view it. It's like y'all are viewing it the way you view your sexuality, and because y'all aren't as driven by sexuality as we are, you're like, well, why can't you just control it? But mistaken your argument that you made about disciplining something for better health. One thing that you completely missed is that less sex doesn't create better health for men. It's actually shown that men that have less sex tend to have worse health, tend to have worse mental health. If you look at the people who end up being school shooters, the people who end up being rapists, the people who tend to be violent, rapists, the people who tend to be violent, they're often people who don't have access to consistent sex or the type of sex that they want. So this idea that it's disciplining men to not have sex is unhealthy. It's disciplined for men to get sex in a healthy way as regularly as possible, so that they don't end up having these mental and social issues. That's what I think. And the way to do that is we have to stop expecting men to lie to women, because that's really what we have. We have an expectation of men to lie to women. Most men are not monogamous, but daily they're expected to tell a woman that they will be as a means to express their love. And I think when women stop expecting that as a means of love expression, I think that's when we'll be able to move forward, because that's not what you're not going to get it. It's not realistic. But as long as you guys associate exclusivity with love, then men are going to continue to lie. And men are going to continue to tell you that, hey, I can be exclusive. And it's like, no, he's telling you that because he wants you. He's telling you that because he loves you. He's telling you that because he would like to believe that that's what he can do and that's who he is. But the reality is that it's an extreme struggle to the point where it will affect his happiness in the long run. Most of the guys who are super faithful, they're not happy. They're just not. They're faithful, sure. And yeah, they're not cheating on their wife, but they're grumpy. They're not happy. They're not excited. There's a certain zest and excitement for life that you can see in a man who has multiple women versus a man who doesn't. And you can see it as clear as day. This is why most of the time when you're having conversations with married men, they're complaining. Most married men are not, some are happy, but most of them, and when you're at the barbershop and when you're asking them about marriage, they're not screaming from the mountaintops how happy they are to only be banging their one wife. That's not what they're saying. What they're usually saying is, yo, play, I wish I was still out in the streets like you. Yo, play, man, I miss back in the days. Because the reality is they do. I don't care how faithful he is. He misses the streets. He wants the streets. He desires the streets. So at the end of the day, men, just stop lying to women. Tell them
I think you misunderstood. When you talking about honesty, I think Miss Taken was talking about.
Darwin, this is
talking about discipline.
You do this a lot, Cloud. You take one thing and then try to go to the extreme with it or what have you. So yes, having sex is it does give health benefits to men, but anything done in the extreme can also have negative effects. And in looking at situations, why there's a need for discipline for men is that 9 times out of 10, when things go wrong with a man, there's probably a woman involved, right?
Got it.
And so that's where there's the need for the self-discipline when it comes to that, because a lot of the men's downfall has a lot to do with y'all not making
What does
disciplined
that tell you
decisions.
about women?
I tried to
What
help
does that
you.
tell you about women then if
Made
their
worse.
downfall is dealing with women?
Even further. All right, let's look at the things that happen when people be addicted to drugs, right? They'll risk their family, they'll risk their life savings, they'll risk their health, they'll risk their life. They put their job, all of these things are symptoms of an addiction. If you look at the things men risk in the pursuit of sex, they mirror each other. And it's not just one. A lot of men have done this, causing women who had the expectation that they were going to be monogamous and never to have that expectation. Once that world shatters, then the vindictive nature can come out because she feels aggrieved. Because like Clout said, men have been lying. I 100% agree with him. Men need to stop lying. If you are at a stage in your life where you could potentially be monogamous, say that. If you're not, say that also. Give women a choice and whether or not they want to deal with you or not on the terms that you realistically can live by. And then you got guys, you can't be afraid to lose the woman by telling her the truth at the end of the day. That's what really all this shit boiled down to. If you don't give women a chance to walk away and be like, you know what, this is not for me, I'm not dealing with that, you're gonna lose women in the process. But you'll be better off by telling people the truth. And this is a new day and age. Some women actually understand and will work with you. And some women like women too. It's all types of new scenarios out here that you can move forward with. We don't have to continue to lie. If you keep lying, you'll keep finding yourself in a situation where you lose everything trying to succumb and appease something that you aren't actually. Now, there are some men who potentially could be like that, but that's a very small, minute number, in my opinion, from the men I've met in my life. They just naturally operate like that. And what you gonna say, Trev?
No, I was gonna say before I bring MJ in, I wanted to push a fun fact out there. And I just looked up quite a bit. It was from the other topic, but I looked up at the stats quite a bit, and it suggests that men don't often cheat. Right, the lowest I found was as low as 10%. The highest I found was in the 30s. Men typically don't cheat. The vast majority of men don't cheat and are completely capable of at least being in monogamous relationships, even if we could say that's not our nature or whatever, which could be possible. But men typically don't cheat, right? Like most men are able to function just fine with a single woman.
Trev, I think that number changes because just one thing we not factoring in. Most women aren't attracted to most men. Most men aren't in the position to get the women that they want. If you adjust that stat for men who can get the women that they want and have access to those women, that number changes dramatically. I don't have the stats in front of me, but I'm willing to bet $1,000 on that number changes dramatically. So that would be like an athlete, an entertainer, a man that women just find extremely attractive.
Yeah, but those are all complete outliners, right?
And what I'm saying is I wouldn't put it on men that they're just this way because they don't do it. Some people don't have a Rolls Royce, not because they don't want a Rolls Royce. They don't have the money for the Rolls Royce. But you give them the money for a Rolls Royce, they probably gonna have a Rolls Royce. That's the point I'm making.
Understood. To me, it's almost like saying if I put a whole bunch of cocaine in your house, maybe you're not really a cocaine guy, but let's just say I put a lot of cocaine in your house, like everywhere you look, there's a bunch of cocaine. You probably would try that cocaine where you otherwise would not have ever tried that opportunity. And then we could say that all men could possibly be cokeheads, maybe, but maybe not because they just weren't in that type of a situation that most people will never have the opportunity to be in.
So before you go to MJ, I think the interaction between Miss Taken and Cloud was important, but I think the misunderstanding for me, maybe not for everybody else, is the discipline. Sexually discipline. Correct me if I'm wrong, Miss Taken. When you say sexual discipline or being disciplined in anything, to me specifically means it's something that you want to do, you desire to do it, but there's external struggles causing you not to do it. But I think what Cloud is looking at discipline is something that's forced on you to keep you from doing something you want to do. So in turn, you got to be honest. Like, this is what I want to do, and I don't want to not have sex with people. That's a matter of being honest or either lying. But if you're trying to practice being disciplined in something, these are the outcomes you desire. You don't want to have sex with these people. You're just tempted and you're easily compelled to do it based on the intensity of that temptation. But you actually want to practice being monogamous. That's a totally different thing. So it won't help you just being honest saying, I want to have sex with people. When you actually don't want to have sex with other people. You get what I'm saying? So when you practice discipline, that means this is something that you want to internalize. This is something you want to make up as an individual. This is something you want to embrace. And it's for the best interest of the relationship with you and that woman. You're just having these struggles that's keeping you from doing it. So the next step in that is just attacking those external factors or those issues that's causing you not to do what you desire to do.
So Darwin, my thing is that occurred after, for most of us that are in this situation, it occurred after a biological period change where we're able to even control those things the same way. So
Well, yeah,
if you
recognize.
Hold on, let me just get this last one out. If we were like, say you were a virgin and you married the first woman you had sex with, and that was what men were able to do in mass, then okay, maybe I could see it. So the next thing I was trying to say was, so Ashley Madison, I don't know if y'all familiar with that website, but it's a site
the most famous cheating website dedicated to people who want an affair.
So it's got like 9.7 million users on it, right? Now here's the thing. It was hacked and the data breach came out. Sweeney called me the other day and told me about it. He said that 99% of the accounts that were actually humans were men and the rest were bots for women.
What you mean bots?
They weren't
real women.
Oh, they weren't real women.
That makes sense because men would look online for ass and women would go in public
to get money. To get money from the website? What's the purpose of that?
Money.
Yeah, so it's supposed to be descriptions. It's supposed to be you go in there to find somebody to have an affair with, right? Okay. And it's supposed to be anonymous and all of that stuff.
So catfish and bots.
Yeah,
I think dating apps have a lot of bots in it.
So I want to get MJ's take on this.
I saw a woman I was talking to on there. there's no way, because I
Well,
was testing something on my channel. I was like, there's no way this woman would have gave me the time of the day. Hell no, there got to be a bot.
all right, MJ, good.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. Y'all can hear
All
me?
right. Yeah, you're good.
Okay, great. Yeah, so for me personally, if it's about marriage, a marriage is a covenant, right? That is literally what marriage is. So you're walking into something where you're both are agreeing to commit to one another, be there for one another, pretty much share joy with one another. It's not one is owning the other and the other is owning the other. It's not about that, right? It's because that union is supposed to bring you closer to God, right? So it's kind of disturbing for me being down in the chat when it was making it seem like people are literally getting into marriage just to have sexual ownership of another person. That is quite weird because that's literally talking against exactly what the Bible is actually, preaching when it comes down to marriage. It's supposed to be bigger than that.
The Bible
Second,
preaches
when it
sexual
comes,
ownership.
Who said that?
secondly,
Who said
secondly,
that they just getting into marriage to have sexual
no, it's
honor?
not about someone just said that. It was about how it was coming off across of
Oh, okay,
just sexual ownership.
so that's not accurate then. Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
Hold on, doesn't the Bible say you belong to your spouse though? Like, isn't that sexual ownership? It literally says that your body's no longer
No,
your
it
own,
doesn't
but it
have
belongs
nothing
to
to
your
do with
spouse.
sexual. It doesn't have
Yeah,
nothing to do
yeah,
with
it did.
sexual. Show me where in the Bible that it talks about sex. Exactly. Specifically about sex.
I'll give you a moment.
Well, show it doesn't negate it either. So you're
Well, what does it
coming,
say? Well, but what does it
you're triggered
actually
in the
say?
chat by something that is no one said. You said people are getting married just. You're using the term just. My understanding and my education, just means solely, right? Just to get married for sexual just for
Yes, to
sexual
have
ownership.
sexual ownership. I mean, didn't you express that if a
Nope,
woman
not at all. And I don't think
didn't
nobody else
no,
but
wait,
you.
let me finish.
First Corinthians
let-
7:4, the wife does not have
hold
authority over her own body, but the husband does. Likewise, the husband does not have authority over his own body, but the wife does.
Okay, so that's a great thing. Okay, so question. How many married people is on this panel?
I'm a married man.
Okay, you're a married man. So you said that your wife she has to be able to give herself to you. She cannot deny you, correct?
Unless it's communicated and we both agree and there's no health related issues, or if there's health related issues and we communicated and came to a mutual agreement, that's the only exception. Other than that, that ass is mine.
Okay,
And
so is your
I'm gonna
ass
say
hurt?
I'm gonna say
Wait,
one more
hold on.
thing. And I'm gonna say one more thing. When the Bible is not completely specific down to the detail on the terms of sexual advances or whatever, and that, because she submits to me, I reserve the right to make up for the details and express that to her. And also what I'll do is I'll go to a anointed official to get interpretation. Usually these people, you can call them pastors, clergymen, bishops, whatever you want to do, apostles, they usually do a good job at giving an interpretation on things that's not clear. So I already know
Okay,
where
so
you was going to try
again,
to
like
go
I
with.
was trying to say before. So if she's saying, so you're saying out of medical health reasons and things that I saw out of a conversation, that ass is yours. So is your ass hers? When it comes down to certain sexual things that's going on in your bedroom, do that ass belong to her too?
The bed of marriage is undefiled.
Okay,
That's what
so
the
let
Bible
me
says.
be.
That depends on the wait.
Or do you get
What
or do you
what
get to say
context?
no? That's out of your comfortability.
Wait, what? Wait,
Talking
MJ.
about anal
What is the
sex right now?
context?
Like, if that's
What
what
is the
she's really taking it
context?
to?
What's the
Not
You talking about
context?
asshole. Don't
pegging
pick.
right now? That's what you're talking about?
No, listen, I'm going on the
What?
basis of what he said.
Hold on, man.
He said outside of medical health, outside of the conversation that has to do with illness, medical health, or not the ability to have sex, that ass is his. So I asked him in reverse, if your wife wants your ass, is your ass hers too?
Let me be
Or do
clear.
you get to say that that's out of my comfortability?
Are you talking
That ass
about
is
my
mine means her
asshole,
body,
or are
not
you talking about my
specifically her
penis?
ass, lady.
Well, isn't his ass a part of his body? Or
No,
now y'all want to
see,
turn?
she
Y'all want to
Dragging
separate
it,
right
lady.
now?
You're dragging it.
I
Why
don't
you
know
gotta
if
make
that's
it so
I'm not
freaky?
dragging nothing. Y'all
No
don't
way.
see
Making it
when it's
wild
flipped on the
freaky.
other side. You don't like
It's
it.
an abomination.
You
listen.
now all of a
No,
sudden
Listen.
say,
why
wait a
you
That's
gotta
an
minute,
get his
abomination.
manhood
hold on, wait,
violated now? Now
I'm
you
taking.
talking
Look,
about
oh.
hold on, real quick. Let
sodomy. The
me answer
Bible
her.
don't approve
That's
sodomy.
not an
Let
abomination.
me
The
answer
Bible
her.
No,
says
Bible don't
that
approve no
it's not
damn sodomy.
sodomy. It's not
MJ.
sodomy. Remember,
In the
because
Bible, that's
remember,
MJ.
called
you belong to
sodomy. You trying
her
to
and
turn a
she
man into
belongs
a
to you, so
sodomite.
it's not
Run that
sodomy
pole.
Hold on real
anymore.
quick.
Fly off
It's not
MJ,
track.
I'm gonna
sodomy
take.
anymore. You're in
Listen,
a covenant.
Hey,
You're
wait,
not
wait, wait, wait,
married.
wait,
It's
wait,
not
y'all.
sodomy.
Wait.
listen,
One mic,
MJ.
one mic, one
I
mic.
appreciate you coming up here. I don't know how that was the catalyst for you to come up on here, but for you to ask a question like that, I'm gonna decline to answer that, and I'm gonna take it as a matter of disrespect. I don't think nobody else, any brothers on here, have given you any indication that we get down like that. But for you to ask us a question like that is disrespectful.
Okay,
So
I don't.
I just want you to
Let
know
me
that.
finish.
So,
Let me say something. You don't have to answer me. That is your personal marriage life. I don't need to know that answer. I am going on the basis of what you say. You said that your wife's ass is yours. So I asked you literally, is your ass hers? If you
okay,
want to go
so
by the
So
Bible,
the
just because
without
individual
you
is not
no,
context,
literal.
be
without
again, let me
context,
finish
without
because
context,
I have
yes.
letting y'all
My,
talk and you keep on interrupting
I
me.
just
So
answered
why
your
don't you
question.
show decorum, the same type of decorum I can show you, show me.
I answered the question. Yes, without context on the specific details. Her ass belong to me. My ass belong to her. Yeah,
Okay, then why
are you
didn't you
okay
just
with it?
say that earlier, sir?
Because everybody was throwing in pauses and all that stuff, and I just wanted to be clear because it's important whenever you speaking on platforms like that and going on record. You don't want to be misinterpreted the wrong way, and people come in, oh, there's a clip Bruiser said he be getting pegged. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't.
No,
Well,
I'm not
I have
trying
a.
to say that you're
I,
getting pegged, and
I
if
get it. I
that's
get
what
it.
you
I'm
thought,
just.
I'm just saying that the way how you phrase how your woman's ass is yours, I used the same type of wording,
Yeah,
and
I
you
get it.
had
I get it.
and you had an issue with it. So
I didn't have an
do you
issue with it.
understand?
I just wanted it to be clear on what you were saying. And whenever they said, I think somebody exposed that you were talking about answers a part of
Whether
it too, or something like that. When you made that comment, I was like, okay, so she's obviously talking about being pegged. And
no,
I didn't
I'm
want to
not.
be. I didn't want to personally. Okay.
I'm talking about literally how you
Oh, okay.
phrase your with your wife. You said that as belonged to you outside of certain
Right.
scenarios, you would have a conversation. So I implied, does that mean the same for her? Because in the Bible says you belong to her and she belonged to you, right?
Right. Right. That's true. That's
Okay, then
absolutely
that's
true.
all I was saying.
Okay.
No, that's not a duh moment.
Common sense.
Now the second part of what I wanted to talk about is like, let's just cut the crap. If you don't want to be in a committed relationship, I agree with Mr. White, Marcus, and Mr. Clout. Don't be in a relationship. Just be single, date, mess around. There's many women who are into that. But the problem is what Marcus said is a lot of guys want sexual access to women who are making their own autonomy decision not to deal with men who wants to be with multiple women, whether it's for health, whether it's for their spiritual health, whether it's for their mental health or their emotional health. So that's the reason why you lie. There's specific women that you want to have access to. And once you get the information that she is not down with that, you will do whatever or say whatever to get access to her. Then that is a problem. And then let's talk about the discipline part. Sexual discipline has been put on women for the beginning of time. I don't understand why men don't have sexual discipline. You have discipline in everything else. You should have somewhat discipline in that too. It should not be a problem. We're all doing things that's foreign. Even us living in a society and having laws and having societal norms is out of natural and nature. But we tend to know how to do it when we want to. So stop making excuses.
So
And that's all I have to say.
Mistake it posed a question saying, would I expect my wife to literally give me her ass if she didn't want to? That's a good question. Literally give it to me. Can you elaborate on what that means before I answer? Because I don't want to. I like to answer from a more educational and more practical way. What do you mean by literally give me your ass?
What you initially thought she was referring to about pegging.
What?
Oh, I mean, on the opposite end, if you literally wanted God, anal, and she was
What?
not, and she said no, do you feel like because her body belongs to you, that she should submit and do that, even though she's saying that she does not want to?
Okay, so we're talking about types of sex. I was just talking about sex in general to go on the record. I might have used ass. But sometimes when people say give me that ass, it means give me that coochie. You know what I'm saying? But if I just want to this is a touchy conversation we talk. Okay, so if I just want her to give me some
Draws.
anal, yeah, that's different. You know what I'm saying? That's I don't know too many women that kind of take to that and really find comfort in performing that kind of intercourse.
Really?
So I'm not gonna be as stern and firm on that as I am just having sex the natural way that God intended for us to do. The anal
Yeah,
sex, that's
the only
kind of
reason I
forbidden.
asked that was the way that you framed what you said, because it did not saying give me that ad. I'm not talking about that part. I'm talking about the framing in which you said when there's no clear direction, then we're going to default to what my guide, what I decide, since I'm the head of the home. So that's why that
Okay.
popped into my head, and you said, and her body belongs to you. So if you get to defer to what is going to happen in your home, and specifically in that arena, do you expect that she is supposed to just go ahead and give in to what you want, even though she's not comfortable to do it? That's what I was trying to
Yeah,
clarify. That's why I
I'm
didn't
sorry,
say
mom and
give me
dad.
Why do women always believe that when men have ownership of something, that means they also inherently want to mistreat it? Like y'all seem to always think that because a man wants.
Because y'all do.
Do you don't
But
think that has
that's
been
but
women's experience?
all right. So let's test that and let's test that, right? Have you ever seen how most men treat their vehicle? Have you ever seen how most men treat their
They
sneakers?
treat their vehicles better than their women sometimes. So what are
Oh
you
my
talking
God.
about?
Hold on.
They
Y'all
take
literally
care of
not
their
sitting out of
vehicle
it.
better than
Point
their
I'm
Okay,
trying
I
to
haven't
make,
spoken yet, by the way.
so that
I
I
have
can
not
finish,
spoken
so
on the
that I can
topic. Can I
finish. The
chime
point
in?
that I'm trying to make is that we seem to inherently believe somehow that men, because women say, oh, like women love to say, oh, I'm not your property, and the reason why is because they tend to believe that men want to for some reason mistreat their property. And it's like, if you know any men, real men love their property. They take the best care of what belongs to them. Men will die for what belongs to them. Niggas die over chains because to protect their chains. So I don't get, like, what men do you know that are just out here destroying the stuff that belongs to them, just out there smashing their windows for no reason and slashing their own tires and crashing their car into a wall for no reason and burning their own clothes. Men don't do that. So it's like, why do y'all think that if a man takes possession of you, that his ultimate goal is to just hurt you and mistreat you?
All right, let's let DJ go, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Go ahead,
Oh
DJ.
my God, gaslight.
Gaslighting.
It's a question. How am I gaslighting with a question?
DJ, you there?
It's gaslighting, because you know that literally there would be men out here that can be with a woman who gives them everything and they'll still treat them like dogs and crap. So like, I don't understand why
Again,
you
it
want to
was a
do this
question. You
gaslighting
can't gaslight
situation.
with a question because
It's
you're
a
the one who has the
gaslighting. It's
opportunity to
gaslighting
answer.
because you actually know what
Gaslighting
is
is
going on
do you know
out
what
here.
gaslighting is? Gaslighting
Yes, I do.
is making a statement.
I do. But
Gaslighting is
you
making
are
a statement to
gaslighting. You're
alter
gaslighting to
reality.
act like you don't know what the
Gaslighting
situation
is
is
making a
outside.
statement to alter
You know
reality.
that men
Gaslighting would be telling you
treat
something happened
women
that didn't happen,
bad.
or telling you
Women that
something
they're
didn't
with,
happen that
women
did.
that they say that they
Asking you a
love, women
question
that
does
they
not
can say they're
qualify
just
as
having
gaslighting.
fun with.
That qualifies as being inquisitive. That's not gaslighting. Y'all got to start learning what the words mean before y'all start spewing them
No, you're just
uneducatedly and
gaslighting.
ignorantly.
You're just
Can
Hold
we
on,
agree?
hold on.
That's
Y'all
a,
let me, you don't know what gaslighting means. Learn it. Go get the definition, read it, commit it to
You're
memory,
just
and then
gaslighting.
use words that you
Isn't
understand.
going anywhere.
Cloud
But
and
Kyle,
DJ.
I have
Hold
a
on,
question
Miss
for you.
Shaky, Miss
Oh,
Shaky.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, DJ.
All
Let's check
this,
in with Casey.
I don't even remember what I was gonna say, to be honest.
You
I
was
would
gonna
have
say
been
that
sitting
it's
here
not
for
a
like,
men thing, it was a character thing.
well, you know what? It's funny you say that because the minute that a man on this panel had the opportunity to show character, he actually gave in to money as soon as it was presented. So
Who?
I'll say that. But what I really wanted to talk about too
Who gave in the
is
money?
the idea,
What was that
the
pertaining
Hold
to?
on, y'all. Hold
idea,
on, y'all. Hold on.
Who
the
gave in the money?
idea
You can't
that
just
I
say
think
stuff
No,
what
and
the
not say
Cal,
it.
issue
Cal,
was with
please.
the original I think what was triggering Darren about your original conversation about obligation and sex and marriage is that would you really want your wife to give sex begrudgingly? Wouldn't you want to get down to the bottom of why maybe she's not in the mood to have sex or why she in that moment doesn't feel like having sex? Making that comment and saying that she she's obligated to have sex with me because I'm married, it's a little bit off-putting because it's like you're not acknowledging her humanity and the fact that she could just be having a bad day. It may not have anything to do with you. It may have everything to do with you. But why not have a conversation? Why approach it with that mentality? The other thing I wanted to say is the reason why I feel like some men, not all men, because I know a lot of good men that have discipline. But the reason why the discipline is lacking is because again, we're socializing men to believe that they are hardwired and it gives them an easy out to say, I'm a man, I'm boys will be boys. We're hardwired to do this. So it excuses them from practicing the discipline that women practice every single day. Do y'all know that we wake up every single day and make a choice to be monogamous, to not talk to other men? Maybe we're not getting the same thing that y'all get out of sex, but that excitement, that feeling, that romance that you get in the beginning, that spontaneity, that newness that y'all chase, we want to chase that too, but we make decisions to do other things. We get excitement and joy out of getting to know different people and exploring different personalities and situations. We get
That's not what
excitement
it
out of
is.
that.
It's not
And
personalities and situations, it's exploring dick. Why don't you be call a spade a
no, it's
spade?
not always no, but that's why I made that distinction because it's not always dick because uh
Well, it's pussy
sex for
farts.
women is
That's
different
why it's so
than
bad for
sex
you because
from
you
men.
trying to explore
Okay,
something
sure.
more than
You got it. Go ahead.
Hold
my
on,
bad.
Cal.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. They get excited when I talk for some reason. Go ahead.
No, but you to answer your question, I mean, if I go to
You
my
got all the
wife and
data.
I'm like, hey, look, what's going on? Let's go and the kids asleep, you know. Come on. I mean, let me talk to you real quick. I'm like, oh, I don't feel like it. I'm like, okay. I will ask him, like, okay, what's going on? You all right? You know what I'm saying? And then she tell me that she just don't she tired of some shit. I'll take that in consideration. You know what I'm saying? But she's not denying me. She's just telling me she's tired. She's still willing to go in the room. But she's telling me she's tired, but she's not denying me. But she's giving me the opportunity to have a conversation, figure out what's gonna happen next. You know what I'm saying? So I might be like, okay, well, it's been a couple weeks or it's been a week or whatever. Can you just give me some head? You know what I'm saying? Or something. You know what I'm saying? We got an opportunity to go down different avenues.
What?
Listen to what I'm
So
saying. We
wait.
got an opportunity to go down, visit other avenues
Now you
of
have a problem with
fulfilling
consent.
our sexual desires versus just being in a
Oh my
sexless
God.
situation. And
Right.
it's called compromise. You know what I'm saying?
So you think her saying she's tired, you think you should still have the ability to override her telling you I'm not in the mood. If she gives you an
He
excuse,
asked.
an answer to sex, if her answer to you approaching her about sex and she's giving you an excuse, it's because she doesn't want to have sex. If she
Well,
wants to
that's
have
not how
sex,
my wife
she'll
operates. My
say
You
wife
it.
know
is
his
very
wife
She'll
better
clear.
than
say,
him.
she'll say, I'm tired, but come on, baby, you know, she's not gonna just say emphatically, I'm tired, or
Well, I
I
know
don't
my wife.
feel well, or I have a headache, or I'm sick, or you know, she's
Hold on, is
going
you
to
fucking my
follow
wife?
it up with, I still want to do it. Why do you think like that's your opportunity to still overrode what she just told you? She just told you she's tired or she's not in the mood. And why can't you just accept that? Why do you think that you should come in and override that? The
Oh,
only
first of
thing that
all,
should
Oh
happen
wait,
No
after
listening
that is a
skills.
can I
No
conversation.
listening
chime
skills
in?
whatsoever. He literally said he would ask her for
Wait,
consent. Like
Cloud,
no listening skills. But go ahead.
DJ,
DJ, you
Cloud,
exposing your relationship.
DJ. I think it's two different ideologies when it comes to relationships. I know Mistaken is been pretty quiet, and I've been sitting here quietly as well. But I think when you choose to get married, there's a certain back and forth and an interaction that you have with your husband when you make those vows, when you go into that covenant, that it's a back and forth, it's a give and take of what's going on, whether it's sex, whether it's money, whether it's the kids, whether it's career, whether it's no matter what it is. Like, sex isn't any different from I'm going to school, so I'm gonna hold it down right now, and I'm holding down the house while you work, or you do. Like, every single thing is a give and take to make sure both people are covered. And I think if you don't have that ideology or mindset with going into a marriage, then maybe you just don't agree with what marriage is. I think y'all are both trying to talk certain ideologies, but y'all have different ideologies. You and
No,
Darwin
I'm not.
are not on the same page. I
I'm
think
not
most married
suggesting
women,
that.
but I feel like most married women, and I speak for myself, he's not saying anything that's egregious. He's not saying anything that's out of
For
order.
you.
He's not I have a ton of married friends.
So
I have
do I.
friends that have been married over 10, 15, 20 years.
do
So
I.
the women I know and the men that I know that they're with have the same ideology of what Darwin in some of those lines that he's saying. I don't think he's saying anything that's like uncanny or like out of
That's
bounds.
fine. I think when two people get married, they should agree on certain things, and that's definitely one of them. You don't get to override me saying, I'm not in the mood tonight. I'm not
He
comfortable.
never
I don't
said
think
that
he
though. He
over yeah, I
never
don't think he
mentioned
He
overrides.
overriding
said
anything.
no.
He
He
said
said,
he would
wait a
ask.
second. No. Because
Just allow them
what
to
was
talk loud.
what was said, and what I'm speaking to anyway,
Mhm.
is when I said, okay, if she says she doesn't want to have sex in that moment, what are
Mhm.
you going to do? And he says in turn, I'll consider it, as if you have control, like as if you can override what she just said. What
No,
I'm saying is, if
okay.
she says she doesn't want to have sex, sure, y'all can have a conversation, but you don't have the last say as it pertains to her body.
No,
She
I
has
think
the
he said
last say in
he's
that.
gonna consider it as far as listening to her and what her emotions and her feelings are on not having sex. That's what he's considering, and considering being
Okay, if he
considerate
meant it like that, okay.
considerate of her feelings and considerate of what she's saying, and and actually actively listening to what
Okay.
she's saying in the moment, and being like, okay, I'm not gonna catch your attitude. But then at the same time, as a wife, how many times are you going to do that and think that that's going to be okay, and
Let
think
me
that
be
there's not
clear.
going to be a problem?
As a
Or
husband, how many
yeah,
times are you not going to communicate and get to the root of the issue of why it's happening? My problem is we're always starting the
but
story in the middle and we never go to the beginning.
He
She's
literally
denying
mentioned
sex.
communicating.
Why is
Hold
she
on. Just allow
denying
them to
sex?
the finish, you
She's
guys.
initiating divorce. Why is she initiating divorce? Nobody's asking the whys. Nobody's actually talking to this human. Talk.
I understand. I
Ask
understand what you're saying,
He
DJ.
questions.
literally
But people get married and have miscommunications and have like breaks in situations. It could be a couple month situations. It could be a year. Like Darwin said, it could be a medical reason. It could be a whole bunch of reasons, right? You have kids. There's different things that's going on with your menstrual cycle, with your body. There's so many things that go on within a marriage and within two people. So there may be a time where y'all aren't doing it as often as you were before, or it may be a time where you're like, wait, we were doing it this much, or it's definitely not where it was, or it's ebbs and flows, and you have to be able to communicate within those times. I don't think that is a rush to judgment of divorce. I don't think that that's like, so it doesn't necessarily have to be some huge, we need to go to therapy problem. It could literally just be some stuff going on with each of us individually that we have to work through and work through within the marriage. So that's
No,
Let me
I'm not
let me
saying
be
it
clear,
goes to
DJ.
divorce. I'm just
okay.
saying that people like to talk about things starting in the middle, but nobody's actually inquiring. Okay, she don't want to have sex. Oh, well, you obligated to me. You my wife. Instead of saying, okay, well, what's going on? Are we good? Is it something I'm doing? A conversation. The same thing with the this is separate. I'm not saying that the two are together. I'm saying same thing with the conversation with women are initiating divorce. No one's asking why. Nobody's looking up the reasons why. I know the reasons why because I've been looking it up and looking into the reasons. But nobody's asking why. Everybody's just like, she's divorcing, she's saying no, and it's just like this is your obligation, this is your responsibility, but y'all are not asking the questions that need to be asked. This is a human being. She's not a robot.
Let
She's
me
not
let me be clear.
obligated to just give you sex. I'm obligated, I'm wife, I must give you sex. It doesn't work like that.
DJ, you got a lot of talk for somebody who has a lot of questions. You can literally get the answer to your question before you get to paragraph 100 or whatever the. It's a lot of
I
you.
don't recall asking you a question. I
Well, okay, okay.
I was
So
definitive about what I said.
you're unclear on a lot of the terms that or a lot of the things the context of what I'm trying to say. I'm just trying to clear that up for you from saving your tonsils. So like literally the conversation about sex, my wife would never say that I don't want to have sex with you. That doesn't happen in my marriage. It's either I can't or I'm tired, and I'm tired. I don't feel like it because I'm tired. It's never, my wife would never say I don't want to have sex with you. My
I
wife
was speaking to the
always,
general, not just to you, Darren. Not
oh,
just to
I
you.
can't speak for everybody else because everybody else don't stand on the same thing as me, and they don't get married off of the same sort of, I think Casey said, ideology or whatever way you want to put it. It's not a matter of I don't want to have sex with you. Otherwise, you should never marry me if you ever feel like you was gonna ever approach any situation where you didn't want to. You know what I'm saying? Now that's serious. I can see if you were tired. Then there's been occasions where my wife has been tired. She was carrying one in her stomach, and we had a 1-year-old, and she was getting up to deal with that, and she was tired. She still wanted to have sex, but she was just too tired. She wanted to perform. So I consider those situations. I'm like, all right, look, tomorrow you had a whole day where you can go just sit back and watch whatever you want to watch, and I'm gonna make sure you eat and everything, and I'm gonna take care of the kid. That way you ain't tired, and it is gonna be me and you. She was happy to have that conversation. So I think whenever you're trying to project a lot of situations and experiences you had.
I'm not
I
projecting
don't
anything. Don't speak
necessarily
for
think
me.
is that, but what I was gonna say,
You
kind
can
of
sit
like
here and speak for me, but I can't.
what Casey was saying, is that in a
He- he-
marriage, and I can't speak for Casey, so I speak for myself, is that there are plenty of times that you're going to end up having sex when you don't necessarily feel like in the mood or you're tired but the thing is that there are other things throughout the day that you do when you're tired, right? Like I'll say I'm tired, go to bed, and I'm scrolling, looking on IG, and I know I'm tired, but I'll stay up to do that. So in moments when there are times when my husband be like, babe, and I ain't really like, yeah, but because I know at some point there are things that he does for me that I know he doesn't necessarily want to do. So is a kind of give and take. So there's a sense of obligation in a sense that I know that he sacrifices and does things for me when he's tired. So
Now
I
let
can
me.
turn do the same. And there are times where I've asked him or tried to get up on him, and he's just like, "Babe, I had had a rough day. I'm just like," and he is like, "All right, I ain't gonna have to. We could do something else because I understand." So it's kind of like that give and take. It may not be exactly what I want, but he understands that there's a need in that moment, and he wants to fulfill it. And so
But let me
because
give you a scenario where I override.
I do.
This is probably gonna make you. Well, I ain't gonna say gonna make you wet. But anyways, let me give you a scenario where I would override. Okay, let's say I say, hey, in the morning we're gonna do that thing you said you was gonna promise, boo. All right, we're gonna do that in the morning before I go to the gym. All right, hell yeah, we gonna do that. I can't wait. I'm like, hey, look, you said we was gonna do it yesterday morning. We didn't do it yesterday morning because you was you was trying to catch up on Power Book 2 or whatever, some shit like that. And you flaked on me. Listen, I'm gonna tell you right now, if you can stay up till 3, 4 in the morning watching that shit again, don't be talking about you tired. And if we wake up and she talking about you tired, I'm like, you better bend that ass over. I'm not gonna take it, but I'm saying like we gonna have to get it down because I warned you.
Yes,
Man,
Daddy.
you can't be sitting here putting TV shows before us. That's a negligence on our union and what we agreed to, mutually agreed to. So in those cases, that's when I flex.
Yes, Daddy.
I don't play around. You ain't gonna sleep in my bed. Matter of fact, you ain't sleeping in the house. If you gonna tell me you ain't having sex with me, you ain't gonna sleep in this motherfucking house. We out.
Has any men
Do
ever
I make myself clear, D-Day?
Crystal.
Thank you.
has any man ever denied their wife or significant other ever?
Hell no.
I'm tired, babes. Sorry.
Yeah, you did, Marcus. Oh, all right. Well,
I ain't never denied my wife. If she said, if I'm tired,
yeah, I don't see why you would.
even if I'm tired, I'm
yeah.
be like, hey, look, you just gonna have to do the work. You're gonna have to work them legs, get on top.
Marcus, go ahead and speak up. You quiet.
Oh, Marcus
Don't
is
make me get on the phone. Don't make me get on the phone.
No, I said yeah.
You cannot. Why?
Sometimes you be extremely tired, and I can get drained.
No,
And then
I don't want to hear that.
trying to
'cause no matter
drain me.
Come
And,
on.
what?
sometimes I need to.
I'll call my girl. Don't do that.
Hold on, I call that medical. I call that medically related.
Yeah.
Whenever you get drained and you just out here, nah, that's medically related. I think that's doable. Because I think when a woman's walls start swelling up and start becoming painful around the clitoris, I think that's associated with it, medical denial, medical reasons. So you kind of justify for that.
Why would that happen, Darwin?
Why would what happen?
What kind of condition is that?
I don't know, man. I've heard so many things in consultations, bro. You'd be surprised. So I don't put it past it.
Oh man.
My thought, the first thing that came to my mind is, y'all, she's dry in some situations. Like, maybe lube up sometimes. Okay. All right.
All right. It was a question that I had for Cloud. Because he's like, why do women always try to act like men are monsters or what have you? And I can't remember around which it was a specific context in which we were talking. About control. And I think the thing is that, well, can we agree that women have different experiences with men than men have with other men? And I don't mean in a sexual way, because I know, like, I guess I need to say pause. That men experience men differently than women experience men. Can we agree on that?
Say
If you're
pause every
talking,
time
if you're talking about in non-sexual ways, then I would disagree that we experience each other differently. We both experience men. We can experience violence. We can experience arguments, not feeling safe. If you're talking about non-sexual experiences,
I'm talking about relationship, friend, whether it's a men, because I know you're trying to dance around what I'm saying, and I know you are smart enough
I'm
to
answering your
understand
question.
what I'm saying. I ask you a question. Do you believe that men have different experiences when they interact with each other versus women interaction with men?
In If you're speaking platonically and non-sexually, then I would say no, I do not believe that the experiences are different. However, if you are
When we're
speaking of
talking about
sexually,
control,
I believe that sexually there is a different dynamic between meaning a man and a woman sexually will have a different experience than a man and a man will platonically. However, I don't believe that a man and woman platonically are having that much of a different experience than a man and a man are having platonically.
okay,
So I
well,
think
I
the
don't know
difference
what
would be the
kind of
sexual interaction.
relationships you have with men that are the same.
Non-sexual
If they're
ones.
no,
That's
I
what I'm
said
saying.
even
I
if
have
they're
non-sexual ones with them. That's what I'm talking
I'm
about.
saying even if they're platonic, just men and women by nature are inherently different with something. So whether the relationship is
The differences are
platonic
usually
or
around
not,
sexuality,
the
right?
interaction between them are going to be different. But specifically, what I was referring to was that you was like, why do women try to make men seem like monsters when it comes to when they're talking about control and being
No, it
over
wasn't just
control over
control.
a woman?
I wasn't
But
always
no,
talking.
that's
I wasn't just talking about control, though. I'm going to give you a
well,
perfect
that was
example of what I was talking about.
hold on,
What
hold
I was
on. You
talking
didn't let
about.
me finish. You didn't let
Well,
me
you're
finish.
mischaracterizing my argument, so I have to
Oh,
correct you before you can
I can
proceed.
okay, you can correct me after I'm finished. Let me get it out because then I forget. So initially what the comment that was made was why do women always try to make it appear that men are monsters when we're talking about giving the man control?
That's
The
not what I
reason
said.
I
I didn't.
asked
I
you,
didn't specify
okay,
the giving the
correct
man
me when I
control.
finish. Cloud, just correct me when I finish. So what I was speaking to, from what I understood, you can correct me after I'm finished, was the reason women speak in that language when they hear things like that is because historically, not just historically, but even currently, the men's ability to control his wife has been used in a negative way. So women typically have a negative response to that, just like how DJ and even me initially at first, when even Darwin was like, "Oh, if I say then her ass is mine," it is an automatic because in some relationships, and I am a witness to seeing that, so I know I'm very sensitive to that. And growing up, that when a man is given complete control, not all the time do they utilize that control in the correct way. So when you hear women respond in that way, it's because either A, they've experienced it themselves directly, or B, they've seen it.
Well, I'm going to tell you this. I think that's bullshit. And the reason why I'm going to tell you why I think that's bullshit is because what black men do you know that are in full control of anything? The black men are not in full control of anything. So for you to make this argument that when specifically black men are in full control, they somehow don't wield their power correctly. There's no evidence of that because black men are never in full control. That's one. But that's not what I was talking about. I was never talking about the dynamic of control. I was just talking about socially in general. And I'm going to give you an example. Darwin made it very clear when he was talking about his wife, right? He made it very clear that he considers his wife's emotions, right? And that he made it very clear that he asks her for consent, right? And even in him expressing in the private relationship between him and his wife that he considers her feelings and that he asks her for consent, he was still pushed back with a question that implied somehow that he overrode and just completely disregarded his wife's feelings, even though he made it clear to express that he doesn't do that. He started the conversation. He started it by saying, hey, like, I consider her feelings, you know, I'm not going to force her to do anything. And yet, even though there's no evidence that he has an unhealthy relationship with his wife, he still had to be put in a position to defend himself as though he's some type of monster that wants to sexually assault his wife. And it's like, that's the problem I have with it. We're talking about a man who clearly has a relationship with his wife that he's never complained about his wife on none of these panels. He's always talked about his wife with the utmost respect. So why is it that when he's having a conversation now with a woman about his wife, it got to be, oh, well, she's telling him who gives you the right? No, who gives you the right to ask him these questions about his wife? Who gives him the right to ask his wife for consent? What world are we living in that we're treating a man like a monster for asking a woman who agreed to marry him and have sex with him for the rest of his life for sex? That's crazy to me. And that's the problem. There seems to be for some reason, we just view men as these monsters, even when they've shown that they're willing to marry, commit, and love a woman and consider her and respect her. Even while respecting her, he's still being treated like a monster. It's fucking ridiculous. To me, I think it's misandry. That's what I personally think is. I think they have a big difficulty seeing a man in a positive light or seeing a man in a position of authority or in a position of power. So anytime we talk about a man having any level of authority or any level of power, here come the women automatically associating it with negativity. Why? Because for some reason y'all don't like seeing us being successful and happy and powerful.
Put a name on the bullet. I like to answer
at least
to that.
at least that's what it seems like. It seems like y'all have a real
Put a name
issue
on the bullet.
with us being successful, powerful, or in control in any capacity. And it's like, yo, we're not monsters. We can have control of things and control it well and do it right and treat it with
Absolutely.
we're very capable of that.
He's speaking about me,
hold on,
even
let
though
me
he's
respond
not
to her
answering.
slick comment. Yeah, let me respond to her slick comment, because of course she's gonna say, except for your penis. Listen, I clearly made it. I made it very clear when I said you shouldn't be lying to women. So that doesn't apply to me, because I've clearly advocated for men having the control of, forget their penis, the control of their tongue, because it starts with the tongue. So that's what I'm talking about. Control your tongue so you don't get in a compromising position with your penis. So again, I don't know what you're really talking about here. Again, DJ, she's constantly finding ways to make it to reframe anything positive a man says in a negative light, and that's the issue I have.
Okay, so I have an issue with you trying to paint my character with this broad stroke.
Don't even talk about your character.
Triggered by me. So what I want to answer to that and say, first of all, I didn't accuse him of anything. Second of all, I didn't ask him. I didn't bring up his wife. He brought up his wife, and I asked a clarifying question. He said that if he asked his wife for sex and she said she was tired, that he used the word obligation. That was the first thing for me. The second thing was when he said, well, if she told me she was tired, I consider that. So I asked a clarifying question. I said, what do you mean by you would consider that? Because to me, it sounded like
you didn't ask him that. I was there. You didn't ask him that.
It felt like it
never
sounded like he thought he had an option to override what she just said, was just that, no, I'm not in the mood to have sex. Now, the other young lady clarified to me that it was another angle, meaning, no, he would consider it as in, okay, I'm taking that into consideration. I was under the impression when he said that as if he felt like he had some type of veto power once she said she was tired. But once the young lady clarified it for me, once the young lady clarified it, I said, okay, I understand now.
That's true.
Simple.
Yeah, but he never said that. You took it that way. Sorry, I didn't know. I'm still
projecting. Thank you.
I will say this, Cloud. You would think that the level of entitlement women have, they would be able to understand entitlement we would think we would have in marriage. That's just the entitlement outside of marriage, just period, having an entitled mindset. You would think that they would be able to be close to understanding that we are actually entitled to these things when we marry you. You're entitled to us as well. So I just want to make sure everybody's listening. Ladies, is there any scenario or example where you think it's okay to deny your husband sex if it's not a mutual decision made between both of y'all and it's not health related? Or speak forever, hold your peace. Your coochie. Whatever you want.
I agree with how you said it. So I agree
There's
with
a time
you.
you can say no.
Hold on, wait, what?
Of course, there's a time to say no. There's a lot of reasons you can say no to sex. You could be sick, you could be tired, you could be depressed. You could just not be in the mood. Okay, but the bottom line is, yes, you have that option. You have that option to opt out of sex, man or woman. You have that option to opt out of sex.
Give me an example or a scenario where you could you're justified to opt out of sex when it's not mutually decided and it's not health
You
related.
can't make a decision for my
I have
body.
one. I
Wait,
have
when you
one.
say opt
Give
out
me
of
an
sex, I just
example
need
or
some
scenario.
clarification. When you say opt out of sex, do you just mean you asked and she said no, not tonight, or you mean opt out of sex like having a sexless marriage? I just need
No,
some
not a
clarity.
sexless marriage, meaning just in that moment. In that moment.
No, I
Not a
mean
sex.
for Darwin.
Okay.
I understood you. I meant for Darwin.
In that moment,
I need
give me an
clarification around your
example
question.
or scenario in the moment where your man comes to you for sex and you don't have any medical issues and it's no mutual decisions are about or I'm tired of some shit we're doing tomorrow. You just don't want to have sex. Give me an example or scenario where you feel like you're justified to say that.
Okay, how about
And
a
he would have
known infidelity?
huh?
How about if the woman find out that you stepped out? Do you think that she's still obligated to give you sex?
Is she still my wife?
So you think that if she found out that you was cheating, she's supposed to give you sex at that moment?
Are we still sleeping in the same bed, occupying, cohabitating
That's just
and
only a
married?
yes and no question. Do you think
Yes.
that so you think that she still should be able to give you sex if you was found to step out on her and have sex?
If she's as long as she's my wife, yes.
That's
As long
very
as we're
sad.
cohabitating, living
MJ, yeah,
together
I
and
feel
in a
like
relationship,
if you're
she's
gonna
obligated.
stay, then you're staying in the marriage. If you're gonna leave, then you need to leave the marriage. You can't be
Well,
I
we're
don't
talking
you
about
can't be 1 foot in and then punish a person, but
well, no,
also still be in the marriage.
I'm not talking about like let's say she found out that cheating has occurred and weeks went in and she decided to stay within the marriage and then want to hold him against that. I'm not saying that. He's talked about within the moment. Like let's say it was that day that she found out that he cheated and he was to come to her and be like, I still want to have sex with you that night. Is that not a good night where she could say no?
I'm gonna say that's not a good night. And I will also add that you being very childish. Very
How is
childish
that
with
childish?
why
You asked
why
her
would
to
you
come
get
up with a
hold on,
scenario. She
wait.
gave you one, and now you
Why
calling her
would you go to
childish.
No,
and that,
wait. Hold on.
that's typical. I gotta
I want to
just
know. No, excuse me one
I'm about
second.
to explain it.
How is that? How is that? No, how
I'm
is that
about to
childish?
explain it.
Wait. I'm trying. Let me finish my statement, sir.
God damn.
How is that childish? No,
God
because
damn.
the simple fact is that you saying that is childish on is it childish of my question or childish of a woman saying no to you or your wife saying no to you if that happens?
It's unrealistic for a
That is not
man to
unrealistic.
okay, you let me finish?
Sure.
It's unrealistic for a man to go and get discovered that he was cheating and in the same session or the same conflict or in the same conversation ask for some cheeks.
That's not unrealistic, sir. There's a
That is
lot of
so
people. No,
unrealistic.
it's
Just
not.
stop the
It
bullshit.
really isn't because there's a lot of people who have relationships that's built
You
on
being
make up
dangerous right now.
sex. You ever heard that terminology, make up sex or
No,
angry
hell
sex?
no.
A lot of people
That's that's
do that,
puppy
and their
love.
relationship is
Some
formed that.
little Bow Wow music video type shit from
Well,
little
then I guess a lot of people who are still grown adults over the age of 25 are still in puppy love
we
and
talking
still
about
treat their
marriage.
relationship as puppy love. And in marriage, there's people who are married who have makeup sex or they have angry sex. That's their little kink
Any
in their
woman
little
on here married?
situation.
Any woman on this panel married right now?
But MJ, if that's their
Boy.
kink, then they gonna say yes and they gonna have sex. They not gonna deny it if that's their kink.
Right, but
You married,
that's
right?
their kink.
It's
But
a stupid
Okay,
argument.
she
I
married.
gave a scenario. I gave a
I've
scenario. If someone
This shit
found
weak.
out that if any one of them cheated, and then now they want to pull the card that I'm your wife, I'm your wife and
Yeah,
I'm your
she's still
husband,
obligated.
and we need to go back to regular daily activities.
y'all.
Would that be a good day to say
Business
no?
as usual. Bless
Darwin,
it
They're
open.
not. They're not
But
gonna.
Darwin,
that's a
without
weird.
giving
That's
excuses,
That's weird as
That's
hell.
not
without
Like,
gonna
giving
happen.
excuses, I don't think you need to make up a reason not to have sex. I truly believe is just being human that sometimes
I
you're
hate sex
not
that
going
much.
to want to do things. And it's okay if in that moment you ask, or vice versa, he asks and you say, no, not tonight because I'm tired. And that
Nope.
is respected. Now,
Y'all
whether
must be
you
getting
want
trash
that
type.
answer or whether you want that to be
Yo.
Please
What?
don't explain
The
that.
way y'all are
Don't know.
fighting to not have sex, the pipe y'all
Right.
getting at home must be
Hold on,
garbage.
listen. So whether you wanted that response or
That's
not,
projection, sir.
I can get it. But the truth of the matter is, if you've been married, I've been married 21 years. I've been told no, and I had to accept that no in that moment, and it was okay. Every single time I've asked, the response wasn't what I wanted, but it was okay. There's been times where I just told him no because I was tired, and he
That ain't
respected
happening.
that has happened. And it may not have happened in your marriage, but
Nope.
most
Yeah.
marriages
That's your marriage. Yep.
most
That's why I
marriages
said y'all
that
projecting.
I know of, that has happened. That doesn't
No.
mean that is at the detriment of the marriage. The marriage is in trouble. Each
It's in
person
trouble.
has a right to be tired in a moment, or whatever their reason is for no in that moment. It should be accepted and respected. Now, if it's a pattern of behavior, that's something totally different.
It is
But
a pattern.
let's keep it real.
Why are
Stop.
women fighting
Like,
so hard to not have sex? That's
Card,
what I'm
you can
trying to find
pull
out. anytime you want. What
Don't
y'all
say
got
women,
against sex?
y'all.
That's what I'm
Don't
trying
do
to figure
that.
out.
Don't say
Your
women.
husband gave you a card that you can play even when you ain't tired. You can manipulate your husband, and he don't even know that.
But why y'all don't want to fuck so much? Like, what's wrong with y'all
The
don't
fact
like
that
it?
you can
Y'all don't
say
be having
the
fun.
fact that you can say no
Yeah,
up
but the weird thing
you're
about it is
insufferable,
we just
that's
had a
why.
conversation. We just
I'm
had
not
a
coming like
conversation about how women actually want sex as much or more than men, but we're trying to find a million reasons as to why women shouldn't want to have sex. Like it's kind of contrary, because it was the same individuals who were saying and defending the point that women like to indulge in sex just as much as men, right? Now that they're no longer restricted, are the same defendants on the situation and saying why we shouldn't have sex.
Who said
Somebody
that?
make that make
I said
sense.
at
Who
specific
said that?
times.
God
So
forbid
let's
your
clarify
man
that.
wants to pleasure you for 15 minutes.
I didn't hear
Like,
that
I
what the
tonight.
said
hell?
at specific times. So clarify if you're directing that towards me,
You're
because
one of
Ain't
them.
no if.
no,
It's
I
happened to your
definitely,
It wasn't me.
I definitely said that, and I specifically said that there are specific times in which women are like at their cycle. Remember, I said that specifically in their cycle when they are at their peak and at
See?
want to go
mathematically
up.
related.
And this is why
So
niggas
what
don't
you
want to get
said,
married,
if
because this
there
only
isn't
happens to married men.
a medical
And this
issue,
is why
even
women
if
initiate
you are a
divorce.
dude,
This
Y'all
is
gotta
exactly
stop.
Joyce
why.
Y'all
said,
gotta
like
stop with the marriage
That's
talk.
why I
With the
stay
marriage
single
talk.
and
Marcus
knock
said
Mario
that
for
there
his
was
ass
Why?
a
home.
time that he said that he was tired.
Y'all gotta stop.
And
Yeah,
that's
Um,
okay.
wait, I want
He was
to answer
tired.
the
It's
question.
okay to be tired.
It's
It's
okay to
not
be
like picking a
tired.
fight and not
Agreed.
to have sex. The
Y'all
issue
gotta
is
stop with the
forcing
marriage
somebody to
bashing,
have
man.
sex
Y'all
when they
got
don't
to.
want to.
First
That's
of
the
all,
issue.
Apparently,
Apparently,
I,
there
re-
are
I
some men
really
that
see.
still learn
I,
about
I
consent.
really meant
Wait,
drain.
I want to answer the question men are asking.
Right.
Why aren't women wanting to have sex? Why would they not want to have sex? Y'all do know, like, our biggest sex organ is our brain, right? If we're not happy,
use it
that
then.
is a reason why people don't want to have sex
Boy, brain.
typically.
They
So
only want to have sex when they
again,
married.
sex is a tool, just one of many tools towards intimacy. So if she is not interested, or he, okay, if he or she is not interested in being intimate with you at that time, that should prompt a conversation. It shouldn't prompt you to activate some kind of obligation. It's a
I think it's
time to
kind of
have
If
a
y'all
crazy.
come on the panel and
conversation
say y'all
I
and
man
think
figure
cheated,
it's
I
out
will
why
not be
she's
Our
not
surprised.
biggest
turned
organ is our
on.
skin, by the
Why
way,
is
not
she
our
not
brain.
turned on here? So everything else,
tell you the truth. I just think
falls
Your
it's
in
a
skin
line.
is
It
your
should
But
be
biggest
but
Surprised.
organ.
Hold on.
So based off
but
that argument,
DJ,
your
doesn't
skin would be
kind of
what turns you on,
like
not your
speak to
brain.
doesn't that kind of
Based
speak to
off
what we
that
were saying
argument.
earlier about the difference between how men and women view sex? I think you kind of just summed it up a little bit.
No, I did not,
Yes, you
because
did.
you're talking about being monogamous and sticking to what you said, the structure that you agreed to be. And I'm not talking about lack of discipline. I'm talking about, why is it that people can't understand obligating sex to me is diabolical. Like,
Right? No, I'm
you
not speaking.
don't
Then don't get
obligate
married.
sex from
That's what
any
But I
other
marriage
was
is.
woman.
I
You
was
ask,
speaking.
Stay
you
single.
ask
Okay,
a
so hold on. Am
question.
I
You ask it,
obligated to be loyal?
and honestly, that type of mentality can get you
Can I
in some
clarify the
real tough
question?
shit.
I
Am I
think you're
obligated
answering
to
the
be
wrong question.
loyal?
I think you're answering the
Like,
wrong. You're answering the wrong question.
just
Yeah.
ask a question. If she's not
Okay.
in the mood, or if he's not
That's
in
the
the
question.
mood,
Am I
No,
it's
that
obligated
simple
was,
to
to
ask.
hold on. Let me
It's
ask a
simple to ask
question.
the
Let me
question.
ask a question so you can
We
understand what I'm
obligated to
asking.
protect and provide, though.
No, let me ask a question. So you said that if your brain is, since your brain is your biggest sexual organ, if you're not turning her on, it's something else that is occurring, right? And I would agree with you when it comes to women. That was the point when I was saying men are different because that's not how we're wired. That's what I was saying. Not
And
about
I'm saying that you're not wired. You're conditioned to believe that.
no.
No,
Science,
that's
there's no
gaslighting you're doing. You're
science saying
telling
that
us
you're
our experience.
hardwired to want to
Are
have
you a
sex
man?
with multiple people. Do you want to have sex
Do you have a
often?
No,
penis?
That's a
no,
different conversation.
DJ,
Do you
that's
does your
not what
dick
he's
get hard in
saying.
the
He
morning?
said, Clout. He's saying
Does
that
your dick get
men are
hard, man, in the
wired.
morning?
He's
Have
saying
you ever
men
had
are
a hard
wired
dick, man?
differently for the reasons they have sex
Don't do her
versus
like that,
why
bro.
women,
Okay.
how women are
What did
wired
he?
to have sex.
I'm sorry, sis. What you just say to
I
me?
said, have you ever woken up with a hard dick?
Excuse me, watch your fucking
No, you
mouth.
haven't.
When
That's
you
my
talking to
point.
me.
So
Watch
stop
your fucking
speaking
mouth.
like
You
you
wearing
know
a
our
whole
experience.
disguise in your fucking house. Watch your mouth
Shorty,
when
I
you
asked
talking
you
to
a
me.
question.
Have some level of
Shorty,
decorum when
first
you
of all,
talking
there's
to
no
me.
disguise.
I'm
These are
not.
my real
Listen.
glasses. These are
Yeah,
my
you're
real
in the
clothes because I'm
disguise in
really
your
a
house
fly
at 2
nigga.
o'clock in the morning,
Relax,
sir.
shorty.
You look
You really look like
crazy.
that in your
You
house.
look
Look at
fucking
that beehive
crazy.
on your
Don't
head,
talk
shorty.
to me like you don't got no fucking sense. I'm not the
Shorty, get
one.
your hair done right.
Definitely
Get your
not the
face
two.
done right.
My hair's
Put on
good.
some
My
classy
face is
clothes
even
and
better.
get your
What about
brain
it,
right.
nigga?
You can't even you can't even communicate
Yeah.
properly,
You
shorty.
can't.
Everybody in the chat is clowning you because you sound like a dummy.
Get that
You
list
sound like
shit
you have
situated
no
before you talk to
education,
me.
shorty. And you trying to clown me.
Yeah.
You don't even
On
realize
your
you're making an ass out of
3LW
yourself.
shit.
You're making your ass out of stuff, and that's why your
What
man ain't giving you
happens?
no pipe.
What
That's
happens?
why you look so drained and your man ain't
Oh
giving you no
yeah.
pipe.
Uh-huh.
That's why you got
Go
bags
ahead.
behind your
Do
eyes and
what
you're
I
not getting no
expect you to
good
do.
sleep
Be a
because
dickhead.
nobody rocking you to
Talking
sleep,
about some
baby.
Y'all,
hard
Because you're
dick.
insufferable,
Shut
baby.
the fuck
See,
up. You need a hard
my
dick in
women
your
get good
mouth. You
sleep.
talk
And
too
you know why my
goddamn much,
women get good
and your
sleep? Because
teeth
I
being
rock them to
bent
sleep.
up is
But
the
you're not getting good
problem.
sleep,
We
baby,
don't understand what
you're
you're
insufferable.
saying.
Your man don't
Daffy,
want
we don't
nobody, whoever wakes
understand.
up to you wants to kill
Scream to
himself. I'm
the
sure of it.
he's happy
You are
and
insufferable.
happy.
You're
Talk
literally
to my
insufferable.
icon, nigga.
Nobody
Talk to
is
my
enjoying you
icon.
being here.
Fuck is
Nobody
you
in the
talking
chat is
about?
enjoying you. Nobody on
You're
the
so
panel is enjoying you.
triggered
Every time you
by
open your mouth,
you're
you
so
ruin the
fucking triggered
conversation.
by
So
me.
beat it, shorty. Beat it.
Nah, I'm
Every
good. I'm
time
right
you
here.
open
What
your
about
mouth, you
it?
ruin the
You beat
conversation.
it.
That's why
Get
no
out of
one's
here. You
interrupting
beat
me.
it.
You
Looking
realize
like Ray
everybody's letting me
Charles.
talk to you like this?
Looking
You
like
want to
the
know why they're
60s
letting me talk to
and
you
the
like this?
70s
Because
and the
they agree with
80s
me.
all in one
They're
nigga.
letting me talk to you like this because they
That
agree with me,
Kango?
shorty. All
No,
right.
baby. That ain't it.
Exactly. So be
That ain't
quiet,
it.
baby, and let the
Yeah.
people with brains continue the
Go get
conversation.
them. Go
Because you
get
wasting
those
all that time.
braces. Go get
Go
that
get my
speech
what?
impediment fixed before you
Okay, I
talk to
got a
me,
speech
shorty.
impediment, and baby, and
Yeah.
what does that mean, baby?
I don't want to hear it, nigga.
What does that mean?
I do
What does
not want to
that
hear that
mean?
shit.
What does that mean? You got a body
It
impediment.
means
Look
you
at your
sound
gut.
ridiculous talking to me. That's what that means. Watch your fucking mouth when you talking to me, nigga.
All right, all right.
Have y'all tasted those new
Yeah, I
Red
had
Bull
enough.
flavors? They really
Talk
fire.
about
They
some
got this.
put that hard dick in your mouth and shut the fuck up. You
Well,
never
hold
had a
on,
woman to
wait.
come in the room and tell you when to shut the fuck
Oh,
up. You
All
talk
right,
hold
too
on,
y'all.
goddamn much.
Can we
hold on,
bring
y'all.
it back?
Let's
Bring
bring
it
it back,
back.
y'all. Let's bring it
Can y'all
back. Bring it back.
pause?
Put
Thank
that
you.
hard dick in your mouth and shut the fuck up for a
Okay.
Let's bring it
change.
back. Let's bring it
Okay.
back.
Can we mute?
Let's bring it back.
All right, so
Nigga, keep that 3 inches. We good. We good. We good, you bum ass bird ass nigga.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hey, hold on, y'all. Hold
Bitch
on.
ass
Hold
niggas
on.
is gonna do bitch
Hold
ass
on.
things.
Hold on. I gotta get this. Hold on.
Looking
Hold
corny
on.
as fuck. Like you always do.
Let me get to these super chats, man. The Will 499 says, "Where's the best place to find those digital. We did this one already. E-Black gifted 5 Lapeef memberships. The Legacy 499 says men don't need data to be men. Women's social construct to condition men into their way of thinking is asinine. Delwell 499 says, for the ones that keep bringing up the Bible, oral sex is technically what's that word, Mark?
Sodomy. It's sodomy.
Too.
Yeah, it is. But so what?
Truth and Reality Undefeated $5 says, we have all cut too many women with boyfriends to hear this women are monogamous. Crap. I had my pipe and a girl. Why they on the phone with that man? Truth Undefeated $5 says it's all about details when it comes to why she divorced him, but they don't want to hear details of why he might have cheated, and reasons don't matter. Corpus Christi 499 says God said for women to not talk in the church, and now I know why that is. It's crazy that women be grown as can, but illogical and clueless. Truth again, $2. Men listen to understand, and women listen to interpret. Christy 199, no wife is too sick to do a HJ. God says, give it up.
HJ, no way. Unacceptable.
Marcus Gibson, $2. DJ needs to marry herself. Marcus Gibson, DJ and MJ needs to exchange vows. Perfect couple. These women got PhD in hospitality. DJs rolling is curling to the woman. Okay. I think everybody has contributed to the platform.
Well, I will say this, man. Both of y'all are wanted on here. Both of y'all have some really good perspective. Y'all just got heated and passionate about the situation. We still think you beautiful,
No,
DJ.
he just spoke
We
out
know.
of turn to me.
Oh,
Let's be honest, Darwin. He talking about some hard dick. You don't speak to anybody like that.
I understand. This is disrespect going for. So for on
I didn't
behalf of them,
disrespect him. He disrespected me. He opened that door. Let's
I
call it for what
understand.
it is.
I understand. Both of y'all got heated in the conversation.
No,
Sometimes
he
the
had no decorum. Let's put the responsibility where it lies. Because I wasn't talking to him crazy. What you talking about some hard dick for? He owes me an apology.
Oh, I'll let him speak. Your mic is very low, Cloud. I think you might have bumped the gain or some shit like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, your volume, your mic is it's
Look
been
at God.
I don't know what's going on with the
terrible.
mic, but yeah,
We can
I
hear
can't
you now.
assume your gender. So if you're communicating as if you understand what a man's anatomy and lifestyle and experience is, then I'm gonna have to ask you for clarification if you're a man, because you seem to have a very clear. You seem to know what men experience more than we do. So I gotta ask. You know, there's transgenders in this world. Some men got vaginas, some women got penises. I gotta make sure. That's all. Didn't mean no
So
disrespect. I'm
you're
just saying,
so
did
you're
you
still
have
so
you
you can
woken up with
continue
a
to
hard penis
disrespect.
before?
That's not a reflection on me. It's a reflection on you.
I was just
You
clarifying your
initiated the
pronouns, darling.
disrespect, so everything
I
you
was
get
just
after
clarifying your
that,
pronouns.
Hold on,
That's
somebody
all.
coming to you after.
hold on, y'all, because y'all still disrespecting each other, man. It's sweet.
Again, he initiated the disrespect. I
By
only
asking a question.
respond.
Just because you didn't like the question don't mean it was disrespect. I didn't say you have
No,
a
no,
dick.
no.
I
You
asked
talking
you.
to me about
I
hard
allowed
dick
you
is
to answer.
disrespectful. You and hard dick and me don't belong in a sentence together.
She
Watch
just let
who
you
you
know you
talking to.
couldn't
Like
get
I
it if
said,
you.
watch your fucking mouth.
I don't want it. Don't nobody want that. What are you talking about? She overweight. Her hair
First
looks
of all,
terrible. Don't nobody
if
want
I'm
her.
attracting a nigga like you, I'm definitely doing something all the way fucked up. Okay? I would definitely have to reconsider my whole fucking existence.
Man.
You're lying.
Well, this might not be the right time to bring this up, but yeah. So here go where it went wrong. He was trying to explain that a man's anatomy with where your dick is hard in the morning, which maybe it could have been different language, that you feel a different way because you're like you wake up on rock and you gotta wait to get it down. Like it's different the way our body is set up. Like I remember being in class at like 12 and they try and call on you and you gotta walk to the front of the class and you can't stop the shit. Y'all, you know the feeling I'm talking about? Every man in here probably know where you trying to like put a book over your shit so you can walk to the front. Like the way our body activates without us even it ain't a choice. That shit
Our
don't be
dick
a
is
choice.
autonomy.
It's got his own
That's what
brain.
you yeah. Our
But I
dick is
will say
autonomous.
this. I will say this,
Remember
DJ.
autonomy.
Prior to the disrespect, DJ, or the conversation, would you have top claws
Said when
balloon?
I was trying to give the example about do women experience men differently, he knew a whole lot about how women experience men and gave feedback on that. So that's kind of the same thing.
But I didn't
he was
invalidate your experience.
when
I never
he
tried
was
to invalidate yours.
Oh, you did when you say that's bullshit. You're lying.
But
You
I
straight up
didn't say.
said
But you weren't talking about a woman's experience. That's not what you were talking about
I
when I said it was
was.
bullshit.
I specifically stated that women have a different experience with men than men experience other men.
That's not what I
That was
said
what.
was
That's
bullshit to.
exactly what I
No,
said, and
that's
you
not what I said was
invalidated
bullshit to.
that.
That's
Hold
when you
on,
you asked me a question.
but you got to let them finish. You got to let them finish.
You be letting them
And
lie
that was
though.
invalidated by your opinion of saying that that's a lie. I disagree. And then you went on to explain why you didn't agree with my statement. So the fact that you said what you said did basically what I'm trying to say is that this is the same scenario. She spoke on something that she was giving her opinion on. You took it as, oh, you're going to try to tell me what it's like to be a man. When I said what I said, I was trying to explain to you that this is what it's like for some women in their experiences with men. It's the same thing. So that was only the point that I was getting at. But the words that was used is kind of like what Marcus is saying, is that as a woman who she got offended by the fact that you're trying to say, oh, you know what it is to be having a hard day. Like, yeah, I could see why she flipped. But at the same time, I do think on both sides it could have been handled better. She took it the wrong way, and it was just easy for you to say, my bad, man, I didn't mean it like that, and then went on to give your explanation, but you didn't bother to do that, and then it just went further left.
Well, I didn't give an explanation because if you're listening to what I'm saying and you're actually listening in good faith, earnestly, then you would know what I meant, because I didn't say anything about me and her and hard dick. I asked her a question, which was, have you had this experience before? And she chose to be offended by that, when really she could have simply just answered, no, I've never had that experience before, or yes, I have had that experience before. There's nothing disrespectful about asking a question, because asking a question is there to gain clarity. I'm trying to gain clarity before I say something disrespectful and before I do something disrespectful. Now, again, it's taken the example that you gave. You weren't talking about female biology. I didn't tell you that anything about female biology was bullshit. I was saying that I disagreed with an opinion. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I guarantee you, if we rewind the video, it wasn't about biology. I was just talking to her about male biology, and she's telling us that that's false. She was telling us that what we were saying about male biology is false. So I had to ask her, well, how do you know? Have you ever experienced what we experienced in the male biology? Because if you haven't, then you really don't have an accurate clue of what you're talking about. You're only guessing. So I'm trying to educate her, and that's why I asked the question. Now, she chose to be offended, and that's cool, because I've
No
already shown,
accountability
I've
at all.
already shown, and I've already illustrated throughout the entire time we've
Niggas
been talking
long-winded as
that
fuck.
she clearly has a misandrous
God
viewpoint,
damn.
because every example that we give of men having any type of pleasure, autonomy, control, success, she seems to reframe it into a negative way, to be abusive, violent, dangerous, or something along that lines. So to me, I see what it is clear as day. It's misandry. And me asking her that question, she got offended because she knew by answering the question, it would invalidate her and prove that she doesn't know what she's talking about. And rather than answer the question and prove that, oh, I don't know what the male experience is, she rather act like I insulted her and act offended. That's gaslighting, actually. That was done to derail the conversation and not acknowledge my point, which is that she has no understanding of the male biological experience. That was the point. So y'all could fall for the okie doke.
My point,
Y'all
you
hold on. Then hold
misunderstood.
on. Y'all could fall for the okie doke. And then after that, she used the question I asked as a reason to try to disrespect me directly. And that's when I got disrespectful. So it is what it is. So y'all can fall for the okie doke.
The
Y'all can play
amount
these
of
games. I'm not doing
victimization
it.
that you are trying to portray right
Hold
now
on.
is insane. You are extremely disrespectful. You're extremely long-winded, by the way.
I know that. You're right about that.
And okay. Well, at least there's some level of self-awareness here. The bottom line is you were disrespectful. All that blah, 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 all that word salad that you given. Listen, you disrespected me. Watch your mouth how you talking to me.
Make me.
Period. I don't care. I don't give a fuck about none of that other shit. I come up here, I'm respectful. I maintain my composure, but I do not appreciate no nigga, especially a nigga like you,
Ooh.
talking to me a particular type of way. Okay? Watch your mouth when you talking to me. Don't put hard dick in a sentence when you talking to me. Period. I
Can
don't
I ask this
disrespect
question,
nobody
GJ?
up here. I come up here, I have my opinion. Okay, I get it. Sometimes my opinions are polarizing. Fine, no problem. Challenge me all day. I'll sit here and talk to y'all all day. I'll listen to your misogynistic points of view all day. Just do not disrespect me because I have not disrespected you.
I
Don't
just want
tell
to
me who.
clarify
Number
something
two. Number two.
that Clout got wrong. We were comparing two different things. You were saying biology and you were talking about feeling. I was talking about specifically understanding the concept of you putting yourself in her shoes and her putting yourself in your shoes. That was the comparison with my example when I said what I said about the fact that you've never had an experience with a man the way women experience men. That was the two things I'm comparing. You were comparing biology and I was comparing something else. But my theme that I was getting at was the misunderstanding of the experiences that each other have with the other sex. That's all. I'm done for the night. I'll just be quiet and watch.
All right,
Well, I will say this, DJ. If you never had this exchange with Clout and y'all met for the first time, would you have popped his balloon?
Ooh, no comment. I don't want to feed this anymore. I listen. I don't want to be disrespected. That's all, man. Like, don't disrespect me, please.
So as long as he didn't
Leave
disrespect
me
you,
alone.
you
I'm good. Leave me
yeah.
alone, man. I'm
Yeah.
glad my man's not watching this particular episode. That part.
Hold on, wait. You married or you just got a boyfriend?
I have a man. I have a partner. I have a spouse. I'm not married. We're not married.
Okay. Well, congratulations.
Thanks.
Anyways, how y'all feeling, man? I just want to do a helping well.
Let me get to this big ad. $10. Isn't it funny how it always seems to be the female who can't secure a relationship and is mentally immature, always trying to speak for other people? That's the last super
What are we
chat. Hit the
talking
like
about?
button. Also, make sure to subscribe to the channel. Appreciate y'all support. Catch us next Thursday. We out.
Later.